Hello, welcome back to Make and Break. As you can see, I have some new assets here on stream. Go ahead and hover right over those. I did a lot of redoing of things. I've been off for 5 days and I decided to spend a bit of it working on stream. So I have all sorts of new assets and we got CloudBot set up finally and all sorts of stuff. So hopefully stream should run a little bit better. My audio looks a little bit better on my mixer, but we always have audio problems, so who knows? But yeah, otherwise, we're here. So what are we doing today? I made this over the weekend. I don't want to reveal too much about what this is supposed to be, but we'll see as we're getting onto stream what this thing is. I made this, and I have an idea for it. I want this to be a tongue, and I want to make like a creature with its mouth open, and there's a portal in its throat. So if we come over here, I got a couple of little references. We got a little like dragon thing, and we got like a dragon with its tongue sticking out, and all that sort of stuff. So I think I'm gonna try and mess with this a little bit and make this look pretty weird. And if we get time at the end, I'm going to make a skybox for it. But yeah, so basically, this is it. This is our setup for the day. Pretty interesting. Oh yeah, and there's a star. I should mention the star. So yeah, this is what we're working on today. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go. This is going to be a weird stream for sure. But I'm excited for it. I've been looking forward to doing this for a couple of days now. So let's go ahead and just jump straight into it. Let me go ahead and turn on a little bit of music. And we'll get going. Reworked my audio settings. I hope the music is playing for everybody. I don't know. I don't know what the heck Streamlabs is doing. Streamlabs is crazy. Also, I look a little fuzzy on camera, but we'll have to fix that in due time. So yeah, that should hopefully be mixed well. We'll just let that sit for a bit, and we'll get into it. So let's go ahead and call this Monster Mouth. And I'm going to go ahead and jump on here. I will say, every time I go a couple of days without streaming, I always feel like I'm starting over. I always feel like I'm brand new each time, which is probably a good thing. Probably, like, very sweet that I feel that way. Maybe I'd get sick of it if I didn't have that, or I don't know. I didn't click the correct object, so we're going to click the correct object, and then we're going to go ahead and grab it. And I'm just going to grab these guys and scooch them on down. And that should handle pretty much everything as we go. So, Monster Mouth time. Let's see, how are we going to do this? So, a mouth looks like... Well, it looks kind of like 2 cubes to start with. So let's put a cube over here. So this is cube number 1. Hey, how's it going? Omar Core. Is that how you pronounce it? Omar Core? Or is it like Omar Core? Is it like a... Is there a rhythm to it? How do you say it? No. You want to give me like a phonic chart? Or how do you want me to say it? Alright, so we're going to push this back here, and I'm going to pull this forward just a little bit, and that should do it. Omkar. Omkar. Very cool. Alright, so we're here, and to the best of my understanding, I should be able to just go ahead and loop cut this guy. Right there. Yeah, no worries. I've seen a lot of names in my life. In fact, you know what? I'm going to kind of spoof this mouth a little bit. We're going to go ahead and pop this up. Hey, Omkar, real quick, do you hear music? Do you hear music playing? Because this is just a weird curse that we've had recently. So I'm going to do it like that. And we're going to loop this onto here. And to the best of my ability, this should work. Rap music? There's no rap. But I think I know what you mean, and I think that's good. So I think we're set. All right, so we're gonna do it just like this. I think the size might be a little bit big for this guy, but we'll sort that out as we're going. I just want the general shape before we get too stuck into this. I kind of want to add... Okay, so let me do a double loop cut here. We're going to do 2 of these guys. We're going to pop them to the side. And I'm going to make some webbing. We're going to web this mouth together just a little bit. I don't think you're going to see the outside too much, but just in case, I'll do it like that. And we'll grab both of those and pull them to the side. Just like that. Perfect. And then we'll throw a loop cut down there and a loop cut up here. Maybe a little bit closer up, make it look weird. And the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm like, the perspective is way off. So let's go ahead and close the walkway off for just a second. Pull this guy forward. Put the walkway back on. Perspective's going to be a weird thing on this piece. You got permission to get blue hair. That's awesome. What color hair do you have right now? I'm assuming like brunette or something? I mean, you've said it before, and hopefully I'm not treading on weird territory here, but your mom seems pretty cool. Dirty blonde? Yo, blue's gonna look good on you. I've been thinking about dyeing my hair dark blue for a while now, but I'm not in the environment to do it yet. There's too many professional things going on outside of stream, and stream isn't doing enough for me to just like go for it, so... what am I making? Okay, good question. Hold on, let me turn the music down just a little bit. Or I'll just turn it down on my headphones. It's pretty loud for me. I am... Joe, hello! So, I am making... Okay, it looks real weird. Hold on, let me go ahead and change my world data because I moved all my HDRI files. What the heck is that emote? Oh, it's a little wavy. You've never got to color your hair before? That's awesome. Good on you. Now you're set. Okay, so I got this this little Rainbow Road looking thing here. And I made this over the weekend, and it's a tongue. In my mind, it's a tongue coming out. And I want to put a dragon on it. So it's going to be a dragon's mouth with a tongue popping out. That's the idea. We're going to kind of mold and mesh, and things might transform as we're going. But this is the basic idea so far. So I'm just getting a general shape first, and then I'm going to switch over to subdivision, and we're going to subdivide this. We're going to make this thing look real weird and spicy. You've never colored your hair before. So I have a fun hair dye story. When I was maybe 11, my mom was like, hey, do you want to dye your hair? And I was like, sure, let's dye my hair. So she bought blonde hair dye, and she tried to do it at home. And she did that thing where you put like the plastic on your head, and there's the aluminum foil and all that sort of stuff. And she painted all my hair blonde, and it finished. And when it finished, I had like leopard spots everywhere. And I was like, that's the coolest thing in the world. And my mom was like, nope, we're not keeping this, whatever. So I bawled my eyes out, and she took me to a salon to get it fixed up. And I was like, I so desperately want to have this like spotted hair. So maybe at some point in my life, I should switch over and get spotted hair, just to reminisce upon those days. Also, the more I look at this, the more I'm having trouble visualizing it. So I'm going to go ahead and just do the subsurface right now. And we're going to kind of play it by ear from here. Ideally, here we go. This is how we're going to do this. We got it. We're set. I'm not sure why I can't subdivide it like that. Shub, hello. We're very popular today. All of a sudden, lots of people. How's everybody doing today? Is this gonna be... Oh, it's perfect. Oh, it looks so good. Okay, wow. It never works this easily. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? 3D, a man of culture? Of course. Of course, of course. 3D is the way to go. A lot of the time when I draw dragons, I start with a square. Yeah, dragons are just so squarish. Okay, so we're gonna pop this back just a little bit. I just want to kind of make the subdivision work for us a little bit better. Ooh, there's a gross little... What is that? What am I missing? Hold on, there's a weird little thing in here. What is that? Why is there a... There's like a secret little face in there. Where are you coming from? Hold on. Okay, so it's not that. Is it this? It is that. Why is it overlapping like that? That's strange. You wish you knew Maya, or you wish you knew Blender, but you have a Maya background? I mean, I'm 6 months into Blender, and I would say I'm at a point now that I feel pretty comfortable, like, with most everything. I'm not good. I'm not going to call myself good ever. But, like, I feel pretty comfortable. So if your Maya background, like, just start using Blender. I don't see any harm in that. Oh, I see. I found it. We have, we didn't extrude that back bit. Okay, so I need to go clear. Oh, gosh. What am I doing to myself? It's fun making a dragon head with a rectangle, basically. Man, I've already messed this up. It didn't take long to mess this up. You know what? I think I might just leave it. I'm pretty sure the subdivision will take care of it for us. Yeah, that's not that bad. Now I'm going to want to grab you and you. In fact, hold on. I know Simo's going to get upset if we do this. Let's just do it. Let's not get on Simo's bad behavior or bad list, because Simo is the one who knows everything. Okay, we're going to just delete that. We're going to pop in a mirror. Simo! You upset yet? There we go. Perfect. This reminds me of the Tiger Cave from Aladdin. That's exactly the vibe that I'm going for. Also, I don't know why it didn't... Did I not split it perfectly in the middle? We're gonna have to fix that later, but whatever. Okay, now we're here. Enough dilly-dallying. We've done it. We've gotten to the point. Let's get to the point. We're gonna edge slide this. We're gonna edge slide this forward. Hello? Take that back. Come back here. We're going to edge slide this forward. We can't. Why? Nice to open this stream, and the first thing I hear is nice compliments. Simo, if it weren't for you, I would be way worse at Blender than I am. You're the only one that's kept me sane in the 3D aspect of things. Okay, that looks much better. That looks much better. Okay, cool. So let's grab you two and squeeze you in a little bit. I mean, that's it. That's a beautiful mouth right there. That's it. We're gonna have to sit and work on this nose for a little bit, but we'll get there. I'm not worried about that part yet. I'm more so worried about like the stapler on the back of this guy. So let's fix that. So we just want 1, 2, 3. Pull you guys back. Okay, so now, easy enough. We just want to pop all of this back. Make a head. I think we're gonna want to push this guy forward. Simo, how have you been? I haven't talked to you in a while. You doing all right? Oh, wait, no. More important. I care how you are. Of course, I care how you are. But more important than that, when are you streaming? When are you going to start streaming, man? We're waiting for you. Also, I think it might be in our best interest to do a little bit of this. And I throw the subdivision back on, and that is... So you're only ever going to stand on this bridge and look down. That's the angle that I need to worry about. You got to start doing that. I have a lot of tips for you if you want my opinion. Not that you do want my opinion, but if you do, if you want my opinion, I got a lot of stuff that I found recently that I wish I had when I first started. Because, man, I feel like I just didn't know what I was doing for a long time, and then I just found a bunch of resources, and I'm like, oh, I should have been doing this the whole time. If I cross-cut this like that, yeah, that'll work. You've been looking for music? Hey, thank you for the follow. Very appreciated. Okay, so on the question of everybody's stuff here, could you hear that little bell chime? Oh, yes, I believe that my sound is working now. I believe we have fixed it. I believe we are here. Cool. Okay, so moving forward from that, let me go ahead and just pop this mouth down a little bit right there. We'll fix this little front bit here in just a second. But I just want to put the walkway back in and say, what are you seeing? Yeah, okay, so we want that to round out a little bit more. So theoretically, I'm going to be jumping back and forth between subdivision for a while today. We don't want to do this. In fact, I think I want to just go ahead and merge these two together. That might be a huge problem later. I apologize if it is. I mean, I guess I don't apologize that much, but I don't mean to waste people's time if it ends up being a problem. But what I really want to do is I want to go ahead and push this down. So let's extrude down. We can remove this wall. I also played around with OBS and got a pretty seamless setup going on. That's excellent. The biggest thing for me right now is I just set it up so that my stream takes up way less of my CPU strength. I like fixed everything. That little animated background that you guys are looking at, fixed that up, got everything super nice looking. And now I'm running at 11% of my CPU, where before I was running at like 25%. So we're looking pretty savvy on this stream. Okay, so this will work a little bit better. Looking at this, I think I see how we want to push forward. Let's go ahead and grab that. Grabs the whole thing. We don't want to grab the whole thing. We want just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You guys can get pulled forward. You know what? I'm looking at this. We don't need this. It doesn't even edge loop to anything. That is just a waste of some geometry. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so I'm seeing some problems with the way that the mirror is going to catch us. So let's grab on X, move slightly. And we're gonna up our mirror clipping to 0.1. There we go. A lot better. Now, will edge slide work? It does work. Okay, perfect. So, I think we are set to get going. So that looks all right. We'll pop this guy on down a little bit more. Maybe until it just about clips right there. And I put the walkway back on, and, you know, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. I gotta fix that doorway, but otherwise, this looks pretty good. To give you guys some context here, I've made this, I've put it in Unreal, it works, it's not great, I need to fix some things. Lighting in Unreal has been a real problem for me. As somebody who uses only HDRIs, switching to Unreal has been a struggle. But part of it is these invisible walls. So no worry about anybody jumping off or hitting the dragon's mouth or anything like that. So people are self-contained. I gotta fix that. Oops, my bad. So yeah, I have it all set up. It should be pretty easy just to import all this and have it just work. But we'll see. You never know. We'll do it just like that. Just barely come off of that doorway. And I'll bring the doorway a little bit further back as well. But that looks great. Okay, so I'm not worried about the bottom. I'm probably just going to cull the bottom out automatically. So we're looking good here. If you're sitting on here and you look down... I mean, it's pretty good looking. I'm gonna have to sit and really finesse these edges and stuff, but that's not half bad. I love this. So I want to just jump straight into making things. I kind of want to make some things for it, but we're gonna wait on that. We're gonna wait on the things. So let's go back to this and start working on fixing this mouth portion. First things first, I think we want to go ahead and push this back and in a little bit to try and force that to look a little bit better. This top part can do the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and slide vertice, just like that. And that should give it a little bit more of a dynamic. It does. It looks really good. Holy cow, that looks good. It's not as fleshy forward as I would like it to be, so I think we want to grab you two and pull you forward just a little bit. Like that. And I'm seeing some weird tearing here. I'm not sure what that is. I think it's just the overlap from the outside of the wall. Too much. There we go. I mean, I don't love it. It still needs some work, but you know, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. That's kind of good looking. Okay, cool. So now let's build the mouth off of this. So all we're doing is we're just double checking our lines. I'm checking the shading on everything as we're going. And we just want it to shade a little bit more cleanly. When you look at dragon and like crocodile mouths and stuff like that, the thing that always sticks out for me, what the heck is going on here? Hold on, I gotta fix this. the thing that always sticks out for me when I'm looking at these mouths, I was looking at a lot of the mouths today, is there's like this very distinct bump. There's a bump right like here that holds like the biggest tooth. And so we got to nail that bump if we really want to sell the idea of this thing. Other than that, I think it's pretty straightforward. It's not the weirdest sketch I've ever done. There we go. We'll call it right there. We'll put the subdivision back on. Everything looks all right. The inside of the mouth still looks the same. The front of this is going to require a bit of thinking. So we're going to do something like that. We're going to do something like this. And I think we're going to want to grab all of this and pull it down just a little bit. Yeah, that works. Perfect. Okay, cool. So let me grab this, round you out just a little bit. Grab you, pull you out, pull you up. And then we're going to go ahead and throw on a couple of guys. So let's put in 2 of these guys here. And one of them I have to pop up, and then we're looking great. Bada boom. Just like that. Maybe we want this one. It's a little fantasy. I can kind of do whatever I want with it. I mean, this is my sketch. Hey, Jello J. How's it going? How's your search for a CPU, or not a CPU, a GPU going? Have you, are you, like, deciding to wait, or are you still in the process of looking right now? That's a terrible looking cut right there. Might be necessary, though. Looking at this, I think it's gotta be necessary. Okay, so let's do that, and then I'm gonna grab you, and officially, I've ruined my topology. So, apologies to everyone. The topology is destroyed. But we're gonna make some cool things with it. I was so close to getting one. I had one in my cart when it dropped, and then it was sold out the second, so I gotta wait. Man, that is rough. Kind of dark times in the world. How am I doing? I'm doing great. So I guess for the sake of transparency and stuff, I was feeling kind of weird for a few weeks. I've been feeling weird for maybe like a month now. I was kind of just in a daze. I didn't really know what I was doing. Like, my financial life is kind of weird right now, and I don't know. I've been busy, but not really doing anything. I've been kind of in that atmosphere for a little while. And so this weekend, as soon as I finished stream on Thursday, I was like, all right, bud, time to get it in gear. Like, time to do something. So I sat and I made the new frame around my camera. I did some work in Unreal. I learned a bunch of stuff in Unreal. And I just like learned a whole bunch of new stuff and pushed myself to kind of work on me. But I feel a lot better now. I feel like really good. I feel so accomplished. There's a bunch of stuff that I'm procrastinating that I definitely need to be doing soon. But for the most part, I feel better. It's definitely been a funky month for me too, but not feeling myself in a funk. Yeah. I know I'm somebody that personally suffers from seasonal depression pretty hard. It's just like Hollow won't be typing, eating bologna. No worries, fun programmer. I'm somebody who suffers from seasonal depression pretty bad, personally. And so, like, winter is tough, and then getting out of winter, I kind of always have, like, a period of time where I'm like, what am I? Like, who am I? What am I doing? Am I this person? Am I really doing this? Like, I guess you would call it imposter syndrome, but I don't think it would be that serious. But yeah, so I basically suffer from this every year. Only in winter for me, not in summer. And yeah, so I think I just got past that. Hey, Streamlabs, thank you with the recommendation. That was part of my doing things. Are winters long here? That is a hard question to answer. Because winter starts in October, November. It starts getting cold. And then it stays cold until around January. And then in January, usually, in January, it heats up. And you're like, oh, okay, winter's over. And then it just goes up and down for a long time. So I think we just had our last cold day, like 2 weeks ago. So like theoretically, winter lasts until March. But it's hard to tell because it's just random every year. Also, I'm trying to make more of a beak on the front here. I think that's going to convey the idea a little bit better here. So bear with me while I just try and make this work. I mean, it looks a little cartoony, honestly, but you're not going to see this part. And it has kind of a bird vibe to it, which is definitely what dragons look like. So if it's got the bird feeling, then I think we're here. Finnish winters, though, too. I guess it's similar in Canada. Feels like it's forever. I guess it just depends what you're considering winter, right? Like, is winter cold, or is winter colder than average? Because for us, colder than average lasts 5 months. Where I live, it barely snows, but it's really cold. You have 3 months of continuous darkness? That is winter. That's winter right there. You want to say what's winter? Yeah, living in the dark is winter. I won't argue with you there. Man, I love the snow. I miss snow so much in Florida. Okay, so looking at this, I feel pretty comfortable with this being our mouth. It deserves to be a little bit less fat, I think. It's just a little strange looking. It looks a little bit like, it reminds me of the bird dragon from Monster Hunter. I want to say it's called like Yinguraj or something. It reminds me a lot of that. We got all of this scaled correctly, and I mean, that's a not bad shape. We pop that on, we look at this. Yeah, that's gonna have to do it for now. We had so much snow this year. If I was in the mountains, would have snowed more, but I'm by the ocean. Yeah, I mean, that's basically Florida's whole thing. It's all ocean all the time. Even if you live all the way in the center of Florida, it's ocean all the time. Okay, cool. So let's do the top of it. So here is where things are going to get a little strange. So, looking at this guy, I'm gonna need to punch some holes in this mouth. You know what? Before we do that, let's make a shape, because that's the problem I did the first time. Let's make a real shape first. Bada boom. What's your reference? Don't tell Simo, because Simo will kill me. I'm kind of just going. Also, I had proportionals turned on somehow. I do have a couple of references right here and right here, but I'm not really looking at them. I'm gonna look at them later when I do the detail work. Yeah, out of the box thinking. That's my whole brand right there. Just being a total weirdo live on stream. So that looks a little bit more ordinary for us. Let's pop this one down a little bit. Like that, and pop you back up just a little bit. And if we subdivide that, oh, yes. Cool. So now I want to turn off proportion. I didn't even know proportion was on earlier. Apologies for that. We're going to slide these vertices down. We're going to slide you down just a little bit. And we're here. And now it's really looking like a snake. I mean, that is a snake. To a T. I kind of want to do some abstract 3D, but no idea how to start with that. Yo, use GeoNodes. Okay, you want some abstract 3D? Here we go. Let's get into this. Let's hide the monster mouth. Let's turn on. Oops, I got to turn that on. Also, these empties should not be part of walkway. They should be like that. Is cubes it? Okay, perfect. Boom, boom, boom. We're gonna change you to star. Okay. Yeah, use GeoNodes to like make primitive objects and then use GeoNodes. You can get all kinds of abstract. I started doing this myself. So it's a rainbow gradient with like a Technicolor tie-dye inside of it. And I'm pretty proud of this guy. I want to set it up as a mirrored object, so when you approach it, you can see a little bit of like your own player model inside of it. Like this to me is it. We're gonna take this thing and we're gonna rotate it and do all sorts of stuff to it. I can't wait. Thank you, very appreciated. There's a lot to keep up with right now. I'm not totally sure what I'm doing right now. Monster Mouth. Back to Monster Mouth. Oh, Simo, you'll be proud of me. I decided to do a little bit of Eevee over the weekend, so I'm doing a bit of Eevee. I actually tried to do Eevee on this one right here, but it won't work with the emission that I have on a couple of the objects. So I got to rethink some Eevee stuff before I really go for it, but we're kind of here. Okay, so I think I know how we want to do this mouth. I think what we want to do is I want to inset these two. Also, it's doing that thing again. It's looping. What's Eevee other than a Pokemon? That is a great question. All right, hold on. Let me do this inset real quick, and then I'll show you Eevee. We're gonna go ahead and pop this. Let me, you know what? Hold on. Before we do that, set scale. I'm sorry? Oh, we goofed it somehow. Oh wow, we've messed it up. Let's set origin to 3D cursor, and let's gonna hope that that fixes it. Wow, that's weird. There we go. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I'm gonna do this inset real quick, and then I will show you what's up with Eevee. GX. Oh, I hate doing this. Come on, come on. 0.025. 0.03. We got it. Right there, right there. 0.1. We'll take it right there. That's fine. Cool. So I'm going to inset this real quick, and then I will show you what Eevee is. Oh, she is gorgeous. Oh, she's gorgeous. Oh, she looks so good. If we take this and we make sure that it hits the normal right here. Perfect. I'm gonna grab the whole thing, and we're going to use that to merge by distance. That's not a good sign. That's a terrible sign. These two aren't merging? We'll have to sit and work on that for just a sec, but we'll get there. So if it kind of looks like a turtle now, which is perfect. Turtle is what I'm going for. Turtles and dragons, I think, have a lot in common. Yeah, that seems pretty ugly. Okay, so I want to, one last thing, we want to pop this in, grab you, extrude in. I'm a fool. I'm a fool, I've done it wrong. I should have extruded this whole thing. I should have extruded all of this and then taken all of this and just scooched it over. Problem solved. Okay. And I can delete this face, and we're done. Cool. So Eevee, let's talk about Eevee. Oh, look at her. She's beautiful. Her mouth needs to be a little bit longer, but she's beautiful. She looks so lovely. Okay, Eevee. Eevee is a rendering engine in Blender. I think it's the default, and I think Cycles was added later, if I remember correctly. But basically, so here we have the whole scene rendered, and if I go to View, you can see what it looks like with its materials. Right, so let me go ahead and just throw a material here. Eevee is new. I'm pretty sure Cycles is new. I'm pretty sure Cycles is the new one. I don't know. I'm going to push back on you on that one. I think Cycles is an add-on. Cycles was added as an add-on, and it got legitimized. Yeah, Cycles just turned 10 years with Cycles X, right? But it's still... So what was the primitive? What was before Cycles and Eevee? Because it wasn't Eevee. Eevee's not the... Or, Cycles is not the original. Eevee became in 2.8? That's not true. I was using Eevee forever ago. I'm going to push back on you, Simo. When I first joined your stream today, I thought you were making a dodo bird mouth. It kind of looks like a hornbill, doesn't it? I sort of love the way this looks. It already looks really cool. Okay, well, I'm gonna give Simo the point because Simo knows everything about Blender and I don't. But color me a little cautious. Okay, so you're looking right here, and it says Cycles as my render engine. Cycles is a rendering engine that basically does... I mean, a rendering engine is what shows you what's happening. It's what interprets all of the data and, like, turns it into graphics. Workbench is the super basic that was there from the beginning. Got it. That's what I'm talking about. I thought that was Eevee. You're right. So yeah, what you're seeing right now is rendered from Cycles. This is what Cycles looks like, quote unquote. There's another rendering engine called Eevee and Workbench. There's Workbench, yeah. There's another one called Eevee, and you'll notice something about Eevee. It's real time. So when I go to Cycles, you get this like grainy, gross looking crazy thing, right? It takes a while to upload because this part that says path tracing, it's double checking that each pixel is looking correct in order. Whereas when I use Eevee, it just does real time and it just kind of assumes what everything is supposed to look like. And it works pretty well, but two things are pretty bad about it. You see these black lines here and how the path looks? It doesn't do transparent materials super well. You can get transparency to work on Eevee, but it requires some very specific stuff. and it's stuff that I don't really enjoy doing myself. So I prefer Cycles, especially for this. And if we go to our little star over here, yeah. Eevee doesn't love this thing because it's using some like crazy stuff to check for emission, and it's using a volume to determine what it looks like. So Eevee hates volumes, it hates transparency, it doesn't like filling in the gaps between things. So Cycles is a little bit more accurate to what you're going to get as an end result, assuming that you're using more normal like rendering stuff. But you can make movies in Eevee if you really want to. It's just, for me, not very indicative of what I'm going to get out of a game engine or something like that. Although, I'm sure that could be argued. I'm sure you can make a game engine like pretty light processing and Eevee is more accurate. I don't know. It's tough to say. You're learning a lot from me preparing for Blender? Yeah. I mean, if you want to go light on it to not kill your GPU to start with Eevee. The best thing about Eevee is if you learn how to do a bunch of stuff in Eevee, you're only going to be better at Cycles if you ever switch over to Cycles. So, like, there's really no harm in using Eevee until it comes time to, like, worry about rendering, like, full projects and stuff. And then it's kind of personal preference. Like, don't get me wrong, there's people who make game assets using Eevee, and they say that's it. And that's cool. It's just not for me because I use a lot of really complicated shaders. And that's probably a problem on my end. I probably shouldn't be doing that, but it's just the way I am. Okay, so this should be... That looks killer good. Yo, he looks amazing. Okay, so let's go ahead, turn this off. We have some broken geometry here. How did I do this? Why is there broken geometry here? What have I done? Sure, we'll do it just like that. Those shaders won't transfer well to a game engine. They're working pretty well for me right now. They look just about exact as far as I'm concerned. What do I want to do? I want to make a nose. Okay, so let's make a nose real quick. And the way that we're going to do this is I'm going to pop in... Oh, no. Oh, no, I've screwed it. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to grab you. We're going to merge at last. Copy, paste. Post all of you guys up to here. I am a bit worried about volumes rendering on Unreal. That's something that I'm not super confident about, so I'm probably gonna have to redo that, I think, but we'll get there when we get there. I ain't that worried. It took me not long to make that little star object, so if I have to redo it and use a different kind of, like, thing to process it, that's fine by me. You're talking about I have to do volumes in Unreal? That would make sense. That'd make a lot of sense to me. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I learned the Unreal node system over the weekend, so I feel pretty comfortable with it. It's not the worst thing I've ever used. It's certainly not Blender, I'll give you that. Okay, so we have... Oh man, he's pretty scary looking. I'm debating how much of a body I want to make off the back of this thing, and I'm not sure if it's really supposed to be an animal or if it's just like a statue. That's the part that I haven't thought about yet, but I really love the way this thing looks. So we're gonna push this back again. Hopefully it doesn't ruin anything. It looks like it's all right. And honestly, looking at this, I don't know where that came from, so we'll just do that. We'll do the same thing to you, and that should be a little bit better looking. There's still a little ridge right here. That's this. So I think we just want that to merge on last. That's pretty good looking. That is pretty good looking. It's a little bit more bird-like, like I've been saying, but honestly, that's not a big problem for me. If we take all of this and squish it in a little bit, not you, just these three. Squish those guys in just a little bit. Take you, pull you forward just a little bit. This is too long. We're gonna have to shorten this. But otherwise, I think we're here. So let's grab these guys, toss them over, grab you, toss you over just a little bit, grab you, bring you over just a little bit, grab you, just a little bit. We'll go ahead and grab these guys and pull them back. Pull you back just a little bit. And when you're looking from this angle, yeah, I mean, that doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just not gonna matter at all. So I'm not worried about it. I think we want to grab the center line. Okay, yeah, I should have done this a long time ago. Hold on. Let's center ourselves. We're gonna grab just the center of this mesh. Right there, I think that's all of it, yep. We're gonna say SX0. And then I'm gonna go back to our standard view, and I think we fixed all of our weird problems. Yo. He's pretty cool looking. He is pretty cool looking. Okay, so he's gonna need, I see a couple of things that we need to work on. It's looking clean. It looks nice. I'm like, I kind of didn't expect for this to work as well as it has right now. I want to do this, up, back, out just a little bit more. And now we're gonna grab just a few more of these guys. Get rid of you. That's necessary, that's necessary, that's necessary. Okay, so I can't change any of this. But I can grab all of these and pop them out. And we can grab you and pull you out to here. And say that that might be it. That's now way too gross. Okay, so we gotta lower that. It looks a little bit like a king cobra. That's basically perfect. That little ridge right there, it's a little sharp, but it's basically perfect. So we want to grab you and lower you and pop you in. Lower you, pop you in just a little bit, and really push you in. And again, this doesn't super matter. We're not gonna see this from the front of the mesh, but I'm making a shape so that I know what I'm like working with. Because I'm gonna be sitting here and looking at this thing, and if I don't know what I'm looking at, I'm gonna have trouble imagining what sort of creature we're working on. Like a best case scenario is later, once I'm done, I'm gonna take all of this and delete it, or in Unreal, I'll just keep it from processing for whatever way. So this doesn't matter. Only artistically does it matter. But that's a super important part of the process, is getting your art right. I'm looking at this, and that is intimidating. I think that's it. It looks a little bit like a xenomorph, but that's mostly just because it doesn't have eyes. That looks so much like a dragon to me. I'm seeing that. That is like a little baby dragon. It's perfect. Cool. Yeah, okay. I'm set. I'm ready. So let's take it. Let's go to edit mode. Let's turn off this real quick, and we're just going to pull back. Oh, I'm a little intimidated by this part. Oh, that looks better. This will be better. You see a dragon too? I very much appreciate you saying that. Thank you. That looks just about perfect to me. A little bit too much, I'm thinking. You know what? I think the depth might be part of what we're seeing right now. So let me do this real quick. Let's pull this down. Pull this down. Missing one? There we are. I think if we do this, it should feel a little bit more lifelike. Almost like Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon. It does look a bit like that. Fun fact, I've never seen that movie. I'm sure I would love it. I'm sure it's good, but it just hasn't come up. Speaking of movies, while I was in my deep contemplative weekend or whatever, I got way into like weirdo anime. I mean, it's not that weird. It's not the weirdest thing in the world, but I got into like crazy anime this weekend. And let me tell you, you cried over the last movie they made? That's a good sign of a movie. Honestly, I think movies are one of the best mediums for pushing you like that. I watched two weird animes this weekend. One of them is a movie. They're both vampire themed, which you can infer whatever you like from that. The first one is called Vampire Hunter D, and it is honestly a masterpiece. That movie was crazy. It's basically like, they're both futuristic too. I didn't realize that. It's basically slightly futuristic, and vampires are being hunted to extinction after having dominated the earth for like a massive amount of time. And you follow one of the hunters who is half vampire. B, The Beginning. Oh yeah. Violets loves that movie. Violets has a, they have a little like a thing in their room about it. Like, Violets loves that anime. Which is fair. It's a good anime. Yeah, I really recommend Vampire Hunter D. It's very interesting, very weird. It's a movie, so it just finishes. It just does what it does, and then it's done, which I really appreciate. I hate like being taken on such a long journey for nothing. We're gonna do a little bit of moving of this real quick. I'm thinking these like cobra spikes are maybe a little bit too crazy for seemingly no reason. That looks pretty good. Okay, cool. The second anime that I watched this weekend is Gankutsuo, which is a retelling of The Count of Monte Cristo, but set in the future. Like, there's space travel. They're literally in space for most of the movie. And what a strange show. If anybody knows of the show Chowder, the kids show Chowder, it uses the same effect where like textures, like let's say I'm wearing a shirt, my shirt will be a texture of like roses or something, and as I move left and right, the texture stays to the background and everything moves around the textures, and it looks a little bit weird at first, but as your brain gets used to it, it makes things look like they're always moving, which is really organic and cool. Like, they really pulled it off with that movie. Huge fan. You wanted to watch an anime like that? Genkutsuo is strange. I'll put it out there. It's very strange. It has some pretty wild premise. It's good. I like it. I'm recommending it, but it's insane. It's basically all about like I mean, I don't want to spoil it. It's kind of mystical. It's kind of fantasy, supernaturally, whatever, but it deals with emotions. It's mostly all about emotion. It's not, there's no like key that unlocks the door and there's a sword. Like, there's none of that stuff. It's all very like practical. I guess that's the best way to say it. Almost like a borderline soap opera. But it's not a soap opera. Obviously, it's more serious than that. But I highly recommend it. I gave it both a 3 out of 5 and a 5 out of 5, and I cannot say why. But I gave it 2 ratings because, I don't know. It was just a bizarre thing that I couldn't rate normally. Okay, so we are looking at what I think is done. I think this is done. Do you use mail? What is that? What is mail? What does that mean? I don't even know what that would stand for. Mail. My brain's like trying so hard to try and figure out what that is. Mail. Oh, my anime list. Got it. No, I rate everything personally. I keep a... You know what? I'll show you. You're asking? I'll show you. I always talk about it. I use a WikiPad for my personal stuff. Let me pull it up, make sure there's no weird sensitive information showing, because I do keep passwords and stuff on here. So let me double check real quick that I don't have a page open. But we should be good. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this up. So this is my WikiPad. You can see all my categories on the side here. I will be careful not to click on any of them because some of them are pretty weird. If you see anything that's condemning, do your best to forget about it. But yeah, I organize everything into tiers. And they have very distinct reasons why they're in tiers. An example, I'll go to my 5 out of 5. And if you want to look over this or watch the VOD back or whatever, here's all my favorite media. Here's all of my favorite things here in one place. I gave Vampire Hunter D a 5 out of 5, by the way. Shinsei Kaori, definitely one of the best things I've ever experienced in my life. If I could get a 6 out of 5, I would, but that would definitely not be fair. So yeah. If ever you thought I was a psychopath, there's your proof. There's your proof that I'm a manic individual. Anyway, getting back to this. I think what I really want to do right now, mail is good, so you can get recommendations and so on. Is easy to share with others. They recommend stuff to you that you haven't seen, etc. So, all right. I have a hill that I'm going to die on here. And I apologize for alienating so many people. Like, you know, sorry that this is going to be the last thing I ever streamed because I'm going to get canceled after saying this. I really don't like the culture surrounding anime, like, at all. I really dislike, like, the sensationalism of anime and how people, like, idolize it and they watch what I would personally consider kind of trashy stuff, and just things get rated in ways that I think is very inexplainable. The problem with anime, genuinely, the real problem with anime is that there's so many different things that count as anime because anime is a medium and not a genre. But people treat it like a genre. Like, do you want to watch anime? Period. When it's like, okay, do you want to watch horror? Do you want to watch action? Do you want to watch world building? And I struggle with that a lot because I am somebody that cares about 10% of anime. 10% of anime is super good, and 90% of it I don't want to watch, period. I don't care for. And to say that you have to sift through all of it and you have to do all this extra work just to see if you even remotely like something, it's like, it's a weird way to rate things. It's a weird way to, like, be in a culture. I don't know. And I feel like we don't do it for anything else. I guess horror movies suffer from that as well. Horror movies are kind of the same way. Yeah, you'll see horror movies where people recommend horror movies and it's like, these aren't even remotely similar. So I guess that's, like, the one thing that's close. But anyway, that's the hill I'm going to die on. So yeah, sorry I've said such controversial opinions today. I don't love the culture of anime. It's just too much for me. I feel like people aren't critical enough of anime. Okay, looking back at this. I am thinking you certainly are, as you should be, and I love that. Like, that's good, right? Being critical of anime is very good. And it's a shame not enough people are. I'm thinking, I keep saying I'm done. I think I'm done. I've made this really nice ridge right here. And I want to preserve this. That looks like a little muscle tendon holding the mouth open. Although I kind of ruined this. Hold on, let me fix this. Oh yeah, I big time messed that up. There we go. And I guess I will also pop this guy up. I guess most people aren't critical enough of movies too. For sure. For sure. Like, we just live in such a weird time where, like, everybody just remakes all the old movies. And it's like, there's writers out there that are poor. Like, they don't make enough money at all. And it's because nobody wants to hire new talent, which is so strange. I know I just did this. I'm doing it back. The Marvel movies. The Marvel movies are definitely the border, right? The Marvel movies are, like, good enough to be good movies. I certainly don't love the Marvel movies. I don't go out of my way for them. But they are good enough, I think, to count. But, like, you can't say that about most other movies. Like, I think of the Sonic movie, right? Like, I know some people like the Sonic movie and apparently it was good and whatever. And that's fine. Good for them. Like, obviously good for them that they made a good movie. Obviously somebody cared. But, like, the fact that it got made in the first place is kind of a wreck. Kind of like, what are you doing? Don't even get me started on Detective Pikachu. Detective Pikachu. Don't even get me started on Detective Pikachu. I have so many opinions about it. Okay, so I'm looking at this and I realize that the tendon that's connecting the mouth does not offset enough. So that's what I need to fix real quick here. I've been looking at this for a little bit. I've been trying to figure out what it is. It's that. So I'm going to fix this tendon, which should be pretty easy to do if I go like that and that and that. And I grab you and I J and I J and I J. Oh wait, we got to do one more. We'll do you, and we'll do a J. Perfect. I feel so bad for the VFX team on the Sonic movie. Honestly, same. You know, I think what it is, you started me on a tangent. I'm very passionate about movies. In case anybody didn't know, I'm very passionate about movies. I think the problem with the Sonic movie in general is you look at Lord of the Rings, and Lord of the Rings, in my opinion, is one of the greatest movies ever made. Lord of the Rings is... It's the movie, right? It's... When the Earth is destroyed and people look back on humanity and they say, what were movies? Like, hey, Grandpa, what were movies? Lord of the Ring is the one that shows up, right? That's the movie. But Lord of the Rings, famously, was done almost entirely in post. Peter Jackson had an editing team that worked on it in like VFX, fixed a whole bunch of stuff. They redid a whole fight scene in VFX. They like recorded a scene where Sauron comes down from the tower and fights Aragorn, and I guess they thought it was distracting, which I think is a good call, but they decided it was too distracting, and so in post they changed it. So they changed it from Aragorn fighting Sauron to Aragorn fighting a big troll. And they thought that was a little bit nicer to the plot, and it honored Sauron's like journey a little bit more, all that sort of stuff, which I agree with. But somebody in the VFX team had to do that, and I think a lot of companies looked at that and said, "Oh, if we just throw enough VFX people at a problem goes away." And I think that set a bad precedent for the industry. And I mean, I guess good for the VFX people that are getting paid, right? Like, I guess it's jobs, but, you know. You shouldn't make a movie with the expectation that it needs to be fixed by, like, other people and all that sort of jazz. Okay, I gotta say, I kind of went off into no man's land for a sec, but this is it. This is it. I don't love that part, but this is it. We'll push you in just a little bit, push you in just a little bit, push you in just a little bit. I think we're here. Let me see if I can't fix this part. Okay, so let's go into this. And let's grab you guys. And this is going to be really bad topology. I was so disappointed to be taught a course by a member of the VX team of Lord of the Rings in school, but he couldn't get to Finland due to some travel problems. That's terrible. That's so sad. That'd have been awesome. Yeah, the people who did the VFX on Lord of the Rings, they all deserve like Nobel Peace Prizes. They are some of the craziest people on Earth. Okay, well that now looks perfect. I use triangles, and I don't love using triangles, but that looks absolutely perfect. So if I go ahead and pop in you, we got a tongue. It overlaps a little bit, which I don't love, but it's honestly pretty good looking. So let's make some nostrils. You're never gonna see them, but again, we're just doing it for the sake of being authentic. Do I want wide nostrils? I thought about putting the nostril right here, but I think it makes more sense here. So let me go ahead and inset this. And we're going to extrude along normals. And I'm going to go ahead and scale down just to keep that little bit from sticking out. And that looks not good. Hold on. Fix you. There we go. Looks much better. Just like that. That looks great. Oh, he looks great. Yeah, and you will be able to see that. I think you'll for sure be able to see that. Cool. Beryl, hey, how you doing? Beryl, I'm doing great. We were just talking about how good we're feeling, and I'm feeling great. Been doing wonderful lately. How about you? Oh, okay. Beryl has redeemed Everybody Hydrate. Beryl has to hit it as soon as they show up because I've changed the parameters a little bit. And I know Beryl is thrilled about that. Beryl, I noticed your profile on Discord. You were talking about gaslighting or something. What's going on? Everything okay? Everybody treating you right? You need me to beat up anybody for you? I'm gonna go ahead and edge slide this on up. And we'll push this on down. Got some Titanfall to play? Good. Play some Titanfall. You chill. We're just making some dragons here, so you know, we'll keep the ambiance going. Okay, so I'm thinking I want to do something like this. Hear me out. I'm gonna make something like this. I'm gonna inset along normals here. And then we're gonna grab... Oh wait, hold on. We wanna grab you and delete just the face. And we wanna grab... Wow, how did it get so messed up? Merge at last, merge at last. And X-ray, merge at last. There we go. If I come back... It's just that one that needs to be fixed, so we'll do it just like that. And I'll go back to this. And that, honestly, is not terrible. So we'll say that's about right, but in my eternal quest to make my life harder than it needs to be, I'm going to go ahead and merge up a little bit. So we're going to merge all these points up just a bit. And this is starting to look like the crocodiles from Banjo-Kazooie. There's that crocodile minigame in Banjo-Kazooie where you have to eat all the little like beetroots or whatever they are before the other one eats all the beetroots. And it looks a lot like that. Okay, so we're here. We're like that. And this part can be flared out a little bit more. And we can pull you back a little bit. I mean, that is it. He's horrifying. He is so scary looking. Yo, this is perfect. We'll bring some of these guys back just a little bit more. Like that and this. And that's probably a little bit more than we need. Nope, not you. This one. Probably just like this. That is super scary looking. dare I say that we're done. You're in here, you're looking up. You can't even see that far back. I'll go ahead and put eyes on it though, because I do care. And I mean, ultimately, whether this game is successful or not, I can't imagine this game is going to be too successful because it's a kind of a weird premise for a game. But at some point, somebody is going to deconstruct this game. There's going to be like a boundary break or something in the future one day where someone's going to go ahead and tear apart games like this. And, you know, I like idolize that sort of stuff. So I might as well add all the details that they need. All right. We got a follow-up from Beryl. Let's give that just a sec. I'm just going to finish this little bit first. And then we'll see what Beryl had to say. I think it's relating to some gaslighting stuff. I mean, it kind of looks like a Mario enemy. It sort of looks like a Koopa. But I don't hate that. I don't hate it being a Koopa. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but it does look good. It does look crazy good. Like, if you told me I sculpted this, this looks like a sculpt. Yeah, then the whole body just pops off right there. So if ever I make the body in the future, there'll just be a hanging body right here. But I think we're done. I'll sit and clean up topology later. Yoshi after 2 smokes? Oh no. Alright, now I have to make a cigarette to put in its mouth. Strangers online being a-holes, saying things like you should feel bad because, you know, people got no place to talk about you. Realistically, the only people who ever judge people are people who, like, have big, giant problems in their life. I've never met... I mean, okay, let's be real here. There's people I don't like. I regularly drive down the road, and I'm like, hello? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. My bad. Like, sometimes I'll be driving down the road, and somebody will cut me off, and I'm like, wow, I wish that person would just, like, you know, cease living. And I feel that way about people all the time, right? That's normal. It's very human, I think, to feel that way. But it's not my job to tell them how I feel. It's certainly not my job to, like, prove anything or tell people how to live their life or whatever. So, they got no business talking to you that way. Somebody wants to say something mean, you know? They must have a lot of problems in their life. The line, I'm a good person, gets me every time. Are you dating these people? Like, who is telling you that they're a good person? I feel like that's only something that you say to somebody that you're, like, trying to go out with. Otherwise, who cares? Oh, wait. Whoops. I don't want thickness. I want depth. Hello? Hold on. What is happening? There we go. So that should hold pretty well. We'll go ahead and merge just a couple of these guys to simplify them a little bit. But otherwise, we should be looking pretty clean. I'm not sure why things are overlapping as bad as they are. Like, what is this? Oh, it's because that. I didn't see it. There you are. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that down. And we're going to go ahead and just merge those two at last. And we'll give it a shot. Oh, he's ugly. Oh, he's ugly. Oh, he's scary. Oh, he's so scary. Okay. Nope. That ain't it, Chief. We messed up somewhere. We've messed this guy up somewhere. thinking it's got to be this right here. This looks bad. Something weird has happened to this guy. I think we're going to want to merge you, merge you. And now we want the eye to pop up a little bit, which means I should probably add another loop cut on here. So let's go ahead and just do it the most shotgun way we can think to do it. Right there. And one more. Right there. And if I did that correctly, I should be able to take this, pop him back, make him look a little angrier. And... oh, he's so bad looking. Now he really does look like a Koopa. Hold on, let's go back. I screwed this up somehow. All the way back. Come on, keep going. Yep, right there. That's where I want to be. The head is way too short. So it's this guy right here that's got to pop out. And this guy who's got to pop out. And we want to be careful not to pop out too much because we don't want to ruin that nice ridge that we have. It's like the single most important part of this whole guy. And if I grab you and pull you out like this... I mean, theoretically, there's nothing stopping me from just sticking an eye in here, but I just think that's pretty lazy. Just people being toxic. I mean, it sounds like people that you shouldn't associate with, so... like, as mean as those people might be, at the end of the day, that's kind of on you. So just do your best to stay away from them. There's no reason to be preoccupied with that kind of stuff. Okay, so I should be able to just pop that back. But why? Why does it look so weird? Toxicity is something that I think manifests in a lot of people naturally. I think there's a lot of people that are inherently good people with the best of intentions, but just through whatever means, toxicity randomly comes up. I dealt with a lot of toxicity recently with some people, and the people that were being toxic had really no idea that they were doing it. And for me, the way that I ended up dealing with it was I was very honest with them. I told them, hey, I don't like the way that you're making me feel. Like, this is a problem. You know, don't act like this if you care about me, all that sort of stuff. And their attitude basically didn't change. And that was the moment I realized that there was a problem. But them just being toxic, them just like being kind of jerks, I don't know. I think that's kind of normal. I think that's just kind of how people are. And I think you got to exchange that. You got to let people just be themselves for a little bit and see if it's real or not. Because sometimes people are toxic just because they've had a bad day or they're going through something and they just don't know how to like process their emotions. And I don't know if it's like super fair to judge people for that. I don't think that's like in your best interest to judge people. If you've given them a chance and you've made it clear how you feel and they're not responding to it well, that's when it's time to cut your losses and move on. And even if it's hard and you lose out on some opportunities as a result of those friendships, you'll want to have done that. I mean, these are the best eyes I can come up with, I think. I'm starting to think I should have double lined the eyes, but I'm not sure. Jello. Yeah, for sure. At the end of the day, I genuinely believe that everybody is trying to be quote-unquote nice It's just that a lot of people have different definitions of what nice actually is. Which is fair. Which is absolutely, completely fair. It's just also super annoying. And not what you want to deal with. I think that's like, you know, that's the nature of having relationships with people. The earlier you can learn that, the better it is for you. Because you're going to have that in, you know, like your love life, assuming that you're the kind of person that wants to get married, because I know there might be like asexual people or whatever. But like, assuming you want to have a partner in your life, you're going to have to learn to like disagree with people. You're never, ever going to find somebody that you're like wholeheartedly, I love everything this person does. They don't have a problem. They're not even quote unquote human in my eyes. Like, you'll never find that person. And if you do, you're going to stop feeling that way eventually. Like, for sure, you're going to have a change of heart eventually. And I hope when you have that change of heart, you can be more practical about it. That's just necessary. That's a necessary part of being human. I think that's like the biggest thing that you learn from growing up. When you're a kid, when I was a kid, I was sort of like, I would have best friends. I'd be very close to people until I saw like a flaw, until I saw something wrong with them. And then I was like, oh, I don't want to be your friend anymore because you're not like a good person or a this person or a that person or whatever. And the older I get, the more I'm like, oh, that just means that I don't like people in general. Not individuals, but just humanity. I can be too nice at times and let people walk all over me. I'm trying to learn not to let people do that. It depends how much you're letting people walk over you. If it's hurting you, then like, of course, do what you got to do. But like, okay, I'm not speaking for you, because you know you have your own story to tell, you have your own life to live, etc., etc., etc. But I know people that have felt the way you do, where they're like, I let people walk over me and I don't want to do that, whatever. And then when you actually like start asking them like, what's happening, all that sort of stuff, it ends up being that they think that they're letting people walk over them, but in reality, they're doing fine and they're happy with the way that they are. So if you're fine with it, who cares? There's no reason to change if you don't want to change. Also, I'm looking at this, and I think I might have messed this guy up a little bit. But I got an idea. Check this out. I'm going to go V. That's not the way I wanted to split them. Actually, hold on. This is going to look pretty good. This is going to require a bit of thinking, but it's going to look really good once we do it. The new flavor for 3D modeling for me has been learning to use RIP effectively. If I had known about RIP when I first started, I would be a much better modeler than I am now. Okay, that doesn't do anything for us. Why? Yeah, it was doing some real mental stuff to me, letting people walk over me for years. Well, good. I'm glad you're solving it now. I hope you're feeling better now. I'm sure you're not 100%. I'm sure you still got some stuff to learn or whatever, but I'm glad you're getting there. If I hard crease this, Simo, you told me to rip the very first stream you saw me. Honestly, the first stream that you jumped in on, I was panicking. Not only did I not know how to stream, I did not know how to 3D model. I didn't know what I was doing. It's just strangers online, so I'm not too worried, but it's seen signs of emotional manipulation and what they were doing. I get mad. I like to think I'm very resilient to that kind of stuff, but I know many people who are not resilient to it at all. Yeah, I agree with that. Just, you know, don't get lost in it for the sake of other people. If any one person had the ability to stop bullying or make the world like a a much better place, they would have already done it. So, like, of course, do your part and change the world and be a better person. But, like, don't get lost in that. You're not gonna, like, finish that work at any point during your life. That doesn't mean you shouldn't try if it's something you're passionate about. But, like, there were people thousands of years ago who, quote unquote, bettered the world, and the world is legitimately better as a result of their actions. But it's not a utopia. Like, there will never be an idealized version of the world because of somebody's work. There's just too many people that disagree with things to allow that to happen. Also, I am not sure if this eye is going to be good or not. I'm kind of looking at it. It looks a little weird to me, but we'll go ahead and try it. And with all that being said, I feel like I have given way too much unwarranted advice here today, so I'm going to stop. Nobody asked, and here I am preaching about all sorts of stuff. So let's take a step back. Okay, so if I make like a perfect little golf ball and stick it inside the skull here. I'm sure everybody by now has been used to my ranting, but nonetheless, I try not to do it as much as possible. As much as possible means I'm still going to do it a whole bunch. Does that look good? That looks pretty bad to me. It just doesn't look natural. Let's fix this. I'm going to go ahead and cut all of these guys. Hello? Hello? I'm going to cut these guys. We're going to delete faces. And now we're going to go ahead and connect these guys. Connect these guys. We're going to grab both of them, subdivide. Okay, so we auto-merged, I think, just then. So let's take that back. And we'll go ahead and connect those guys and pull this part up and make a little bit more of a conventional looking island. You'd be sculpting this? I mean, that's your way. And I think your way is probably better than my way. But I made this coffin, I'll lie in it. Hard ops and curves are my new spice in modeling. I'm sure I'll find something eventually. But for the time being, I kind of like what I'm up to. I feel like I'm doing things in a way that is challenging, in a way that makes me just much better at modeling. Also, I'm gonna completely get rid of this crease real quick. And we're gonna add this crease. My only problem with sculpting, and I've said this before, my big problem with sculpting is I never know how to convert a sculpt to something that is like good topology. I know there's a way, right? But I don't want to do it on stream because I don't want to accidentally end up with like something unreasonable. That looks infinitely better. Did you watch the Retopo video on Discord? I think I did. How long ago did you post that? That was like a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Pretty sure I watched it. It's just there's so much to keep track of. Oh, I don't think I saw it. Never mind. You posted a little while ago. You posted the video on. If you're on Blender, check out Retopo Flow. I'm pretty sure that's what Simo's talking about. 21st of this month. Wow, that was very recent. Okay, yeah, I missed that. I did not see that you posted that. I'll give it a check out next time I'm on the Discord. Fun fact, Discord tries to take access of my microphone. So if I start Discord when I stream, my stream loves to freak out. So I try to be a little bit careful to start stream away from Discord. Whenever I like look at people's stuff on Discord or whatever, I have to restart Discord each time, which is why it takes a while. But it's necessary if I don't want my stream to panic. It's all the fun things about streaming that you're gonna have to deal with, Simo. Okay, that is a pretty bad eye. But it's my eye. It doesn't help that I'm at the point right now where I'm doing like 100 different things. Like, I'm learning Unreal, I'm writing, of course I'm doing the streams with Blender and all that. I'm just getting to the point where it's like, I don't have enough time in the day for everything. And I know that's like, you know, woe is me. I created this own problem for myself. And of course that's true. But I don't know. I'm just getting to the point where it's like pretty tough to like do everything I want to do at any given time. Which is a position I like to be in. I like having work. What you do is create a plane and extrude it around the model using the polybuild tool while having a snapping on. Oh. That's really interesting. That is really interesting. I didn't even think that you would redo the mesh from scratch using like what is effectively a skin modifier. I know it's not a skin modifier, but I would have never thought of that. That's cool. Wow, I would have never known that. Very interesting. Cool. That's worth keeping in mind. I'm looking at this eye, and I think I know exactly how I want to do the eye. I want to go ahead and fill in the eye with a separate mesh that perfectly matches the eye. So we're going to hold off on this eye for just a second. I'm not going to use a ball. There's no reason to use a ball. But we're here. He looks a little derpy like this. It's this little beak part that's getting me now that I'm seeing it. Hello? Don't mind that. That was just my random TikTok layout. Let's pretend we all didn't see that collectively. Okay, so we're going to push on down, make this guy a little bit more scary. Okay, so that's there. That's gonna be here. You have to do that with high fidelity sculpts when you want to get a functional model out of it. Yeah, for sure. He is very friendly looking, right? I kind of wanted him to be menacing. If I'm gonna make him menacing, hold on. I have a way to make him more menacing. Let's grab his eyes. Let's pull this down and pull this down. Not that down, this down. And that should look a little bit... I mean, he just looks kind of like sleepy. He's just a sleepy boy. Oh, we're gonna add teeth, don't you worry. Teeth is what I'm working towards. Teeth is kind of my specialty. We click TikTok again. I don't know why we keep doing that. Weird vibes going on with that. Okay, we'll do that. Looks a little bit better. And wow, the tongue really sells it. I mean, we're here. This is it. He's good. He is great looking. Okay, let's make some teeth. So, I'm pretty proud of the way I make teeth, and me saying that means I'm going to make some pretty bad teeth here today. So, let's have some fun making some terrible looking teeth. I also want to make the mouth a different color than the rest of the mesh, which... I don't know how we're going to do that yet. I can do multiple slotted meshes, but that's terrible to export with. So, we'll see. I'll get there when I get there. I might texture paint it. We'll see. How many times can I say we'll see in one sentence? We'll see. Okay, let's go ahead and grab... We're gonna grab a UV sphere. And we probably, you know, the default's probably fine. Default's looking pretty good to me. We're gonna hide both of our empties. We're gonna call this Monster Mouth. The cube is going to be our Dragon Head. Sphere is going to be First Fang. And I want to make the most tricky thing first. So, let's take what we've learned. We're going to go ahead and pull this guy way down. Put on a bit of sharp. Like that. We're going to go ahead and pull him back. And we're going to make it sharp. Hey, Shud, I never asked. Are you a 3D modeler? You must be, right? Okay, so we got that. You know what? Actually, I'm looking at this. I think we can half our topology. You can have a separate material for a vertex group. I know that, but every time I do it, it ends up just like... You can't export it super easily. I know that there's the way that you can do the combined sketches where you put them together, you overlay the images, you redo the combine. Like, I get it. I just try to stay away from that as much as possible. It's really not the most fun thing in the world. Okay, so let's go ahead and pop this guy on down. And we're going to proportion that using probably a root. There we go, just like this. I'm a 3D animator, but I'm majoring in game design. That is excellent. How many game ideas do you currently have sitting on your belt? I know you got some big ones. Nobody in the world says that they want to go into game design without some pre-existing wild ideas. I mean, there's no reason to do this, right? I'm gonna not do that. Okay, so that's a pretty decent thing right then and there. If we're feeling extra crazy, we'll get it all kind of wiry looking. So let me go ahead and put on a sharp and up that quantity just a little bit. Go completely through our mesh for some reason. And I can grab the whole thing and stretch them out. There we go. That's Fang number 1 done. I said I was going to make the most complicated one first. I guess we're not doing that. So let's go ahead and place this guy. So, things are going to get a little chaotic here in just a moment. I'm a little bit worried about what I'm about to do to myself, but we'll get there. Let's just place the tooth in here first. So I'm going to want this tooth pretty gnarly. We're going to offset it just a little bit. And if we're being super honest with ourselves, we want to push it up to here. I'm looking at this mesh right now, and I'm kind of thinking I should do articulation on the gum line. But I don't know if this is like a real creature or not. Like, I had an idea that I was going to make gums, like pink, really fleshy looking gums. And I was going to add like drool and have the drool animating like a little bit. But I just think that's a little distracting. Hey, thank you. Is it 166 or is it pronounced separate from that? Let's pull this forward just a little bit. Oh, and there's the everybody take a drink. So let's all make sure to get a little bit of water on ourselves. Lovely, lovely water. Okay, cool. So basically, I'm gonna just keep pushing teeth back. Whoa, I do not know if I can pronounce that. Thank you for the follow as well. Joao. I think it's a little hard for you guys to say that. Do you have maybe like a easier phonic? Do you have any maybe like something that it sounds like that I could pronounce? Because ideally, I'd love to pronounce your name correctly. It's not my interest to disrespect anybody or say their names incorrectly. I think everybody deserves their name heard, and I've certainly created enough weird names in my life doing character design and stuff, so I try my best to be accepting of names, or not accepting, but like, you know, saying names correctly. I mean, I don't get a choice whether I accept names or not. That's what position would I have on that? Okay, so I'm just making teeth. I'm leaving a little gap here because there's always a gap with dogs. And not that this is a dog, but dragons are dogs. Dragons are just little dogs. They're just smart dogs that collect objects. So I'm gonna kind of mangle these teeth up a little bit. Let's do one like really out of the way, crazy, messed up tooth. Like that. Thank you for the bits. Joao? Joao? Joan? Joe Wow, but the O and wow, it's like Joun? Joun? Joan. Okay, 1 is Joan. 2 is Joun. Try 3. That's the perfect that's the perfect response. Joan. 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 That's 3. Joan is 3. That is a mangled looking tooth. 3 is better. All right, I'll learn your name eventually. What nationality is that? Or if it's not a nationality, what culture does that belong to? I guess is maybe a smarter way of saying that. I'm getting the teeth a little closer together because I just want everything to, like, I want a lot of teeth. It's Brazilian. Is that a common name in Brazil? I don't think I've ever heard that. Okay, so if we're doing 1, we probably, for the sake of randomness, we want to go back to being a little bit more normal. Let's do some rotation and get it going up here first. Yes, it's like a Portuguese version of John. Got it. I've never heard that before. I've worked with a lot of specifically Puerto Rican and Dominican people in my life. Just like the area that I live in, there's a lot of Puerto Rican and Dominican people, and, you know, it is what it is. So I guess it's just not common there. I've never, maybe, I guess I just don't hear a lot of Brazilian names. Well, cool. Joun. Joan. Joun. Joan. Joun. Joan. I'm gonna have so much trouble with this. What's your 3D modeling experience? Are you a 3D modeler? Are you just hanging out? How'd you find us? None? That's awesome. Did you just like look on the art category on Twitch, or how'd you end up here? Just like to talk with random people? Well, excellent. So do I. Talking random is kind of the name of the chat. Alright, so I'm kind of trying not to make the teeth too mangled and crazy. I'm trying to keep them kind of sensible, but Every now and again, you kind of got to get a little weird. Let's go ahead and play with size a little bit. And then I'm going to reproportion them. Respect for the chill, dude. Absolutely. Did you find us on the art category or small streamers, or how did you end up here? I feel like a lot of people find us through the art category because they look up art and I guess they're expecting a certain kind of art, and then all of a sudden there's like a weird looking 3D mesh and people go like, what the heck is that? A lot of people I've found have been that way. On small streamers? Cool. Good to know I'm showing up there. Thank you for the input. So who do you frequent? Who's your most watched streamer? Or do you jump around so much that you don't have somebody that you stick to too much? We'll make kind of a big one in the back here. We'll go a little nutty. So I'm going to do it just like that, and we're going to go ahead and pop it back into the throat a little bit like this. I just jump around. That's pretty cool of you. I can tell you, people like me, and I'm sure other people whose chats you've popped in, really appreciate that. There's kind of a prevailing feeling here on Twitch that, like, if you're not one of the big dogs, then you're nobody. And, you know, once you do it for long enough, you don't feel that way. I don't feel that way. But it's pretty easy to get stuck in that mindset, I think. So, people like you are very appreciated. That is for sure. Helps with the confidence. Okay, so that is our setup for teeth. Is there anything you want to tell us about yourself? You got any crazy interest? Anything we should know about you? We got, from the best of my understanding, I think we got most of our regulars here today. So if you want to show and tell, today's the day. I'm gonna go ahead and rip 1, 2, maybe 3 right here. I'm a freshman in college. What are you studying? Also, are you going to college in Brazil, or are you out of the country at this point? Okay, so we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. Just like that. Languages Portuguese and English. Excellent. I studied English in college as well. I did not study language, I studied communication, but taking language courses was a very big part of that for us. We were forced to learn a lot of different languages. I study in the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Very cool. Very, very cool. So I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming that part of this for you is like you get to kind of practice a little bit of English while you're here. Or is that way off base? Oh, I messed it up. Nope, I shouldn't have done that. I thought I could be a little fancy with it, but not today. CQDK is still alive. When are you getting your blue hair, C? I was kind of the impression that you left to go get your blue hair. You also use it as a tool to meet new people? I mean, I don't know how interested you are in the 3D modeling community, but that's what we're pretty much here for. We do game dev and stuff like that. So if you're interested in that sort of realm, then that's what we're about here. I mean, I guess I won't speak for everybody. I'm certain there's people that don't feel that way. Okay, so I'm looking at this, and I want to do a subsurface modifier, but there's no reason, right? I shouldn't be doing that. So I'm going to remove this, and instead I'm going to grab the whole thing, and I'm going to round it out. Right? What is the, okay, so I'm kind of, this is going to be a really telling thing about myself. I don't spend too much time on Twitch outside of streaming. I've been trying to watch more streams lately, especially people that I know. Hey, perfect timing. Streamlabs should have given a link for the Discord, but I think the link broke, so, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't spend too much time watching Twitch. I'm changing that now. But what is the weirdest streamer that you've ever seen, that you've ever, like, jumped in chat? Like, what... I want to know the range of people on Twitch. Because I've seen some people who, like, lip-sync songs on stream before, and I've always kind of been like, what motivates a person to do that? Okay, so that is not the best-looking thing I've ever seen. The Discord machine broke. There's bathtub streams? Alright. Alright, you got me. What is that? What is a bathtub stream? The heck does that mean? I think I'm about to become a bathtub streamer. 24-hour alcoholic streams? Ugh. Bad. Absolutely bad. I'm about to become a bathtub streamer, guys. I'm gonna start 3D modeling in my bath. That seems... Oh, you're flirting with so much danger at that point. You are really playing with fire. How on earth? And do they, like, touch the mouse? Like, how do you interact with your chat? You just turn your camera on and you back off and you're like, I can't touch anything. Hopefully I don't have to mod anybody. How would you... What? Oh, I'm very interested. I'm looking at bathtub streams as soon as I finish stream today. What time is it? It's 4? Okay, I got 2 more hours before I can look up bathtub streams. If I accidentally, quote unquote, end stream early, it's definitely not for that reason, trust me. Bathtub streams are pretty controversial. They are borderline TOS. Man. That's so funny. I love that. Every now and again, I kind of get the vibe that I just want to start a new Twitch channel and just kind of push it. I know that's a terrible idea. Oh, we got another hydrate. Everybody drink some water. Like, I know I'm not a big streamer. I know I'm like barely even a small streamer. Hey, Streamlabs. Welcome back, Shud. Is it Shud? Also, thank you for triggering the Discord. Happy to have you. You can see all sorts of weird 3D model stuff. My Discord has mostly become a place for Simo to prove his dominance over everybody when it comes to 3D modeling, which I appreciate. Oh, Simo, I have a question for you. Since you're the expert. I'm going to go ahead and leave it just like that. That's okay. My question for you has nothing to do with 3D modeling. Does my mic sound better? I'm sure it's still got problems, but how's it sounding? Okay, we're going to reshape some stuff here. I'm going to lower our quantities down a little bit. I will just keep drawing and stay away from 3D for now. Honestly, everybody that, like, I'm friends with or I hang out with for long enough or whatever ends up getting into 3D modeling. The volume's better? Yo, that's good to hear. Like, is it From like 1 to 10, how close are we to being like perfect? You know what? One of these needs to be pretty straight for contrast. It's like a 7 out of 8. Yes! I love it. Okay, I don't want to move my webcam because it's going to be a problem. You made a bunny with a gun? All right, let's see a picture. Let's see the bunny with the gun. One of us. All right, I'm starting up Discord. I want to see this bunny with a gun. This one's going to be a little bit more dramatic. Honestly, I think this one... Okay, check this out. We're going to go down. Squash that tooth up a little bit. Grab the whole thing, make it just a little bit smaller. I think that's our teeth done. Pretty solid. Alright, I'm going to my chat. Oh my gosh, thank you guys for joining the Discord. Very appreciated. Alright, I eagerly await your picture. Okay, so in the meantime, let's go ahead and hook this guy just a little bit more. We're just gonna pop you back. Make a nice little hook for it. That is it. Cool. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna grab... I'm gonna have to make more teeth to put up here. I don't know why my mouth just did that weird noise. I hope you guys didn't hear it. But we're gonna call these bottom teeth. So I'm gonna join all that together, and I'm going to go ahead and mirror it along the dragon head. We're gonna fix this later, but this is just so I can see what I'm working on. And honestly, I think it's time to take a break from some modeling. So let's switch over to some coloring. Let's color all this together. And I have an idea for how I want to do this, but we got to be a little careful with it. Oh, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, man, I have an idea. Okay, let's go for it. So we're going to want the teeth to be a material. Obviously, we're just going to call it teeth. I can't even believe how many times I've made teeth. I should just be reusing my materials, but it's just not the way that I work, so that's not how we're going to do it. Ooh, I think I can make the gums based on the teeth. Hold on. I'm here. We're here. We got it. I know what I'm doing. So let's make them very metallic, very rough. It's going to be pure white. Pretty high specular. Let's see. How are we going to do this? That's like way too metallic, honestly. Let's do like 0.6. That looks much better. Okay, so. Make the gums based. There's a based for us. Are you not allowed to send in the 2D channel? Hold on, I'll fix that. Let's fix that. There you go. You should be able to post in the 2D channel now. I have permissions set up pretty harsh just in case people like just jump in and start doing stuff. But you've posted a lot of 2D stuff. You got your role. Okay, so. Hey, thank you for the bits. No worries. I'll catch you next time. It's been very nice having you. Very appreciated. Alright, let's go ahead and throw on some color ramps. And we're going to go from white to... I keep adding blood. Every time I make teeth, I add blood to it. Joe, are you banned in 3D? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh, that's Joe. That's so weird. Joe, check out your rolls now. See how it looks. Hey, it's good, right? You like your new roll? We're all good. It's perfect. No problem. All right. While I wait for that, let's go ahead and throw on some noise textures. Have you guys tried Nomad Sculpt on iPad for sculpting? Haven't even heard of it. What is it? What is Nomad Sculpt? All right, Joe, I've officially given you 3D access. I was making a joke. I took you off of the moderator list. I tried it on my Samsung Note phone. What is it? It's a 3D like app for your phone? There we go. That should be a little bit better. Yeah, kind of like ZBrush for Android. Is it free or like, what is it? What does it cost? Not as advanced? I mean, there's no way it could ever be as advanced, right? Also, I'm going to add veins onto this with some normal mapping. So let's do this real quick. I'm going to go ahead and pop in two things real quick. We're going to put in a color combination. Where are you? Color, mix RGB. Android and iOS. Is it free? It's paid, but didn't buy it yet, so I don't remember how much it is. Got it. I hate to be this guy. I can't imagine sitting down and using my phone for something like that. Also, CQDK, your role means that you can post in the 2D chat. That is a dragon with a gun, for sure. Or not a dragon, a rabbit. Here we go. We got a little rabbit with a gun hanging out. It's actually a pretty good looking rabbit leg. Those are awesome. Oh, he did the fuzzes pretty good too. When you're at it, can I request access to world building? Okay, so I want to get in the habit of doing this. If you can post in the roles request on Discord when you want access to a channel, and if you can just pitch to us why you should get access. I know I've been kind of lenient right now, but I want to do that from now on. I think it's going to be a little bit better for us, especially if things start taking off, if we get too many people. Aesthetic adept just means that you can post in the 2D channels. That's all there is to it. Okay, so I'm going to use smooth to F1, and we're going to use a color ramp to determine how much of it there is. So basically, I just want like a really harsh red line. Yeah, just post in you just post in the roles request channel, and I'll just double check and we'll put everybody where we want. Do we have to show our portfolio pieces? I mean, that's the ideal. I mean, you can basically do whatever you want as far as I'm concerned, but that's how I want to register if people are like, should get roles or not. I think that's what's going to be best. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and change this to something a little bit more squared off. And I think I actually just want this to be constant. Really, really hard lines on stuff. Potato. Oh yeah, you want the potato. You left early last time. I didn't get to make the potato for you. Make a request for it. I got the requests open in the channel points. And then if anybody wants to go ahead and like modify your potato, we can do modifications and stuff as well. Okay, so to the best of my understanding, this should be good. Actually, I'm gonna not do it exactly like that. I do want to do a little bit of easing. Because... Oh, wow, perfect timing. Streamlabs just knows. Streamlabs is listening to us right now. That was the weirdest timing ever. Okay, so you have suggested potato. So anybody who wants to use their channel points can suggest a speed sketch for 5:30 today. And when you do that, I'm going to put them all together and make the average of your requests. So if you say potatoes and you say nuclear fallout, I'm going to make nuclear potatoes. You only get one per day, though, so be very careful. I do not have a writing portfolio. Any suggestions on where to do that? Honestly, it's kind of up to your discretion. I think you just want to, like, show off some writing. Honestly, I would just use, like, I don't know. Here's a good idea. Okay, I got a great idea. You want some homework? I got homework for you. Make a map. That'll be super useful to you as a writer, and it'll be really good proof that you're doing things correctly. Yeah, make a map. A map would go over very well. Also, I'm looking at this, and I'm not seeing too much depth here, unfortunately. But I think it's fine. Zombie potatoes, okay? I actually think I know how to work that. I think I got a way that I can do that. So let's see if we want to make it even weirder. Anybody who wants to make suggestions, feel free. You get enough channel points per hour to make a suggestion, so it should be easy enough for everybody to make a suggestion. I don't love the way these teeth look, honestly. I'm having trouble imagining how else they should look, though. What if we did, like, a... You only have 2,900. Yeah, just a small amount. Just a small loan of 2,500. Distance to edge. With a lot of randomness and scale it down. That's not going to be it. This is tough. This is a hard one. Okay, so we're just going to go back to 4D, and we're going to go back to smooth, and this has got to be it. Unless position. Actually, position's probably exactly what we want. Okay, so I'm going to do color here, and we're going to do position on this one. It's not that much. Will only last for like 5 minutes. Knowing you guys, that is true. I have a thing that I'm working on right now. Theoretically, you guys will be able to bet with your points soon, and like you'll be able to compete with your points using certain stuff. So, I got some ideas. Luckily, you can only make one suggestion per day. Otherwise, that would be very scary. Okay, so we're gonna call this Dragon Scales. Hello? Yeah, Dragon Scales, perfect. So, Simo, I don't know how good you are with vector math. If you're good with vector math and you're willing to, I would love to get some help here. But if not, I totally get it, because it's going to be a little intensive. I'm kind of going to flub for a while until I can figure it out. But basically, the goal right now is I'm going to try and make scales using procedural. And we'll see how it goes. Okay, so let's go ahead and make mix RGB. And I'm going to use a pink. Let's just use a bright pink and a dark black. And we're going to pop that into factor and that into here. And what does that do for us? I'm thinking the object of origin is not going to be that huge for us. So let me try popping in a mapping node, and we're going to see what I can do with this. Scale to like 0.1, scale to like 0.1, scale to like 0.1. That doesn't do anything. Oh, that I just put it into subsurface because I have no clue what I'm doing. There we go. Now we're back. Okay, cool. So we do actually end up having a little bit of this. So that's going exclusively based off of this tooth right here. So realistically, we want to grab all of this and we want to go set origin to geometry. There's nothing stopping me from finalizing the mirror right now. They're all separate meshes anyway, so it would be easy enough to refix that. So if I do this, we go back to the mouth, and then we make it way bigger. Okay, so let's lower this down just a little bit. 0.4, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2. Submitting to the 3D roll. Excellent. Let's see it. If you would like to post some stuff, I really would love showing it off. I love showing off people's work here. Okay, so this is going to require a bit of thinking on my part. I think I actually just want to texture paint this part, so let's get rid of that. We're just going to do scales for right now. It's going to be too articulate to do that procedurally, I think. So, let's make scales. Here is how I think we want to do scales. I think I want to do a brick texture. Bear with me. Bear with me. I think I want to do a brick texture where I'm going to pop in texture coordinates, object to vector. Actually looks pretty decent. Okay, so width and height will be 2 and 2. An empty container is actually full of dehydrated water as water appears when you add it. What? You just whooshed me for a second. That went way over my head. Whatever that means. Okay, so we're gonna go 4 and 10. I'm struggling at this part. And we're gonna go full red and maybe a little bit of purple and white. No, black is fine. The mortar size needs to be bigger. Hey, there we go. Welcome back. What'd you make for lunch? What did you make for lunch, and did you make enough for the class? Oh yeah, we've been going. You just add water to dehydrated water and you get water. Now, what are you trying to do to us, Beryl? What are you getting at? Yep, and the eye just sits in there. Okay, so here we go. Egg bacon wrap. I can always share. Egg bacon wrap. That sounds so good. That sounds amazing. Okay, so we definitely need to use object data. I'm trying to wrap it a little bit better around here. This is something that I struggle with in modeling in general. The radius is like 10. What? No, get that bevel out of here. We don't want that. We want... Let me double check that we set the origin to geometry correctly. Ooh. Also, did he just get super messed up? Oh, yep. No, we can't do that. Never mind. We can apply scale, apply rotation. All right, we got an everybody hydrate. There you go. Man, my pee is going to be so clear thanks to this. You might need to UV unwrap this guy. That's probably exactly what it is. Good call, good call. Okay, so I'm going to hide that real quick. And we're just going to look at this guy. And we're going to go ahead and say edit, grab him. Yeah, okay, got it. We want like a smart project. Hopefully it's going to be all right with the subdivision. I can't imagine it would be that bad. What does that look like? It actually looks a lot better. Nope, that part still looks pretty bad. UV unwrap. We want like a cube. Let's do everything. We're just going to check everything. Follow active quads. Nope, can't do it. Wow, barrel. It's a shame you can only apply scale and not scales. A star? You've already voted once. You can't vote twice. You have to save it for a next one. Okay, you know what? I think if I have to do this manually, I'm definitely not doing that on stream. So let's just do a smart. And we're going to say angle limit is 45. And that'll be the way we do it for now. You got to change the coordinate space to UV to see how the UV map affects it, though. Simo? Simo, you've said the activating phrase. You'll need some seams. Hold on. Redo this. What do you mean UV? It's in UV? You gotta change the coordinate space to UV to see how the UV map affects it. You gotta change the coordinate space to UV. Sorry? My brain is not understanding what you're saying yet. Above the object in texture coordinate node. Oh, we're using the UV. Aha! That seems obvious. Okay, you got it. You got it. We're back. We're here. So we want to go ahead and drop everything down just a bit. We want like a 40 and like a 40. And we want the mortar size to be like 10. What is happening? Scale. Let's just up that scale real quick. Oh my gosh, it's tiny. 1,000. Oh, he's perfect. He's perfect. Okay, we're here. We're here. Yeah, we're here. We're done. We're set. What color eyes? We'll get there. I'm not sure about the eyes yet. Let's do 20. 20 seems about perfect. Oh, he looks great. He's got a little bit of weirdness here. So let's unwrap one more time using the smart, and then I think we're set. Oh, Simo, thank you so much. Again, Simo, I don't know what I would do without you. Cube project actually looks perfect. There's a seam right there. That's kind of gross. I see this seam on it too. Smart unwrap at angles of 60 brings us to here with a seam. Let's go ahead and... Honestly, I think the cube project has got to be the closest thing that we can get, and I'll just do the rest manually later. So we're going to call it him just right there. I mean, it's pretty good looking. He's pretty good looking. Okay, cool. So let's do this thing. It's a disco dragon. He does look like a disco dragon. So here's the goal. I just want the highest level of contrast between all of this for the time being. So I can see what I'm working on. He's a groovy disco dragon. I mean, he does have like a star inside of him, right? On his tongue. So he kind of plays the role well. All right, here becomes the vector math part. This is where things get a little crazy, and I just kind of am going off of what I know other people do. I don't totally understand what I'm doing. I'm just using my best judgment. Also, I'm not seeing dot product. Where's dot product? Dot product. Dot product. Where are you? Maybe that's vector math? Converter, vector math, dot product. There you are. UV to dot product to vector gives us nothing. So if we go to scale and vector to vector, what I'm trying to do is make circles or weird shapes out of these guys. Let's see. It's not gonna be dot product then. It's gotta be... It's gotta be like a logarithm, right? It's gotta be cross product. We're gonna sit and just fumble for a little bit here. Bear with me. No, that doesn't make a difference. Okay, let's go back to regular math. No, we definitely want vector math, I think. I want... This is gonna be very tricky. I mean, we're basically guessing. I mean, I'm just not to ruin it for anybody, but I'm basically guessing. I have no idea what you're doing right now. Okay, so what do you think would be best to make circles on this guy? And from circles, I'm gonna go off. Like, that's pretty close. This is where it becomes, like, very strange vector math. This is the stuff that, like, how would you ever know how to do all this? You feel like it needs spikes? I'm gonna stay away from spikes. Maybe 2 on the nose like that. Actually, okay, hold on. Let's get that out of the way for a sec. Let's do a slightly different thing real quick. Without using math, because the math is proving to be pretty difficult. Without using math, I'm going to go ahead and pop in a wave texture. And we're gonna want... If we use a Vernoi, here we go. Vernoi. Okay, check it out. Vernoi to here, to here. I usually do circles with object coordinates, separate X and Y to length, and then tile like that. Let's give it a shot. And then I'm gonna sit and mess with it from there. I have a backup plan right here just in case, but we'll put these guys off to the sides. So, object coordinates is going to go into separate X and Y. Right there. We can do UV. Let's do the UV. X and Y are going to go into length, which I'm assuming is a vector math thing. No? You like saying what comes to your mind, maybe it'll help? That's for sure. I mean, I like taking inspiration from everywhere. So if you got it, let's hear it. Combine X, Y between them, X, Y. Oh, obviously. Obviously. X, Y. And then you want that to go into length, which is here. Length. And length is done. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull this guy out real quick. We'll put in a mapping node. Not you. Just get out of there. We don't need you. This goes to that. And we're going to do like 10, 10, 10. It's a skull now. Yeah, it feels a little crazy, that's for sure. Back from the dead and ready for a haircut. Okay, well, we'll just use object for the time being. And I'm going to put color on it real quick so we can see what we're doing. But I think this sounds about right to me. So I'm going to go red. We're going to go blue. No? Why did this not work? Might want to do the material in a plane first. That might be a better idea. Let's try that. I guess if I do a plane too, it's basically just going to be a simulation of what the UVs will look like flat. So let's start there. So I'm just going to make this plane a little bit bigger. There's no real reason to do it, but I just want to be able to pick it off from what we're currently looking at. So we're going to call this Dragon Scales. We have one dot. Okay, so we just have a single dot. How do I make multiple? If I take this crazy little guy and I pop in this, all that does is it emphasizes this. If I put in a Vernoi, yo. I mean, that's something, but we're going to have to work on... You can share a tiling node that you made if you want. Yeah, sure. I'd appreciate that. I'll just op-end it into the file if you don't mind. I'd love to see how you did this. Let's get rid of that. And I'm going to get rid of the wave texture for now. Are the dragons getting horns? Not what I was thinking. But I suppose it's possible. All right. While we're here, while we're waiting on this, let me go ahead and show off Shud's stuff. Hoping to get the 3D modeling roll. Here are my pieces. Maya/Unity, I can show 3D animation too. But for the moment... Oh man, that little, like, pizza is brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. This looks so cool. This looks like, it looks like a Night in the Woods turned 3D. Very, like, sarcastic, cutesy, but dark. I love it. This is very cool. And then we got a model. Holy cow. And there's the pizza lit up. This is perfect. How excellent. I love the, like, pixel art on the 3D. Like, that is... That's harder than you think it would be. Very cool. Yeah, Shud, you automatically get the roll. No problem. So you got 3D, so you can post in 3D. Blend file in Discord. Perfect. Let's go ahead and save this guy. Oh, I just opened it. Oh no. Don't ruin my sketch. Hold on, save real quick. I'm just gonna download it. Hold on. Yeah, you have 3D. You're good. Okay, we're back. I'm hoping that it didn't just destroy my whole computer. I'm looking for the file real quick. Apparently just clicking on it is the worst thing you could ever do. There we go. Oh, it opened it in, That's weird. It opened it in my, web browser. As, like, a file that the web browser just can't read. That's very strange. Okay. Anyway, let's go ahead and opt into this real quick. So we're gonna opt in this procedural stuff. I just want the material. Is it dot stroke? It's in the node groups. Okay. Node groups. Node tree. Circular shape. What? It's not a material? Hold on. I'm confused. Node tree tiling. Okay, we'll go ahead and add that. And we're looking at this guy right here. And now we can go over to the materials. That's my material. That's my other material. Node tree tiling. Okay, so it's in node groups, tiling. How do I get it? Get rid of the brick. Okay. Tiling. Make local. SEMO, what on earth? I thought this was just going to be a material. What is happening? You can add it like any other node? I'm trying, it's not here. I guess we'll go to... It's in the node groups. Oh my gosh, it's a node. Hold on. What the heck? That's very strange. Okay, I understand. I get it. Where would I find the node groups? Go back to material. Bada bing, we're in material. Node. Node groups. Where are we looking? Where are we looking? group insert, the material you made recently. Okay, we'll do that. Now node. Shift A groups. Group tiling. Hey, there he is. Oh my gosh, you made a whole thing for it. Okay, so it's group input, scale, fraction, subtract, multiply, group output. What the heck? How do I get out of group view? Tab. There it is. Perfect. Okay. So, we're here. Let's get rid of these guys. Push you off to the side. Push you off to the side. And we will sit and experiment with this for just a second. So, we want 1, 1, 1, 1. We want repetitions to be 10. Don't delete the circle. Okay, well, I have the circle. So we will pop that up into here. And we'll pop that up into here. I'll put you back down to 1. I'll put you guys back to 10. This is proving to be a little bit of a challenge. Let's do UVs. Don't delete the circle. That is not a circle. What are you talking about? What happened? Why is it not doing the thing? Hold on. Back, 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 back. Yes, yes, yes. I've messed it up. I'm kind of chaotic right now. Okay, so we're back to my circle. Okay, so we're here at the circle. And we want this as a vector. I know this is going to be wrong, but just to see it real quick. Between mapping and separate. Okay, perfect. Whoa! Oh, it's literally perfect. Yo, that is so nice. Holy cow. Holy cow, how are we gonna eat? Okay, we gotta really go for this. Vector output, not temp. Yep, that's true. I don't know. Temp was kind of doing it for us. So if I go 1, 1, 1. Yeah, we'll use temp for right now. Okay. So let's make this thing work. So, realistically, we need to remove the Vernoi. Yep, okay. Yep, we're here. And we want just a weird repeating pattern. You gotta move the circle to the center. That's a good point. I'm not sure if I can move the circle to the center. It's just moving the whole thing. But before we do that, I wanna double check some texturing stuff real quick. So let me switch over a few things. Let's do like a gradient. Add a mapping between the tile and the separate. That's probably exactly what we want to do. Okay, so we want... In fact, if I just take this and make it... We'll leave it like that for just a second. No, I want to go for it. We're going for this, going for this, going for this. UV to U. And now we're going to go 1... No, okay, we definitely need both of them. UV to U, UV to U, grab U. And now we can move that circle to -5 and -5. Perfect, and now we can make the shape. Scale to 1. No, I don't think we want 1. Let's start with like a 5. Maybe like a 3. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I get it. I'm just we're getting there. Okay, so it's gonna be like -1, -1. This is crazy. This is very nice to have. Scale to 2, 2, 2. And then one of you is going to be 0.5. And now I'm going to change you to 0. Yep, just like this. And I'm going to change you to 0. Or -0.5. There we go. Scales. Done. We're here. Actually, I'll move you to -0.1. So there's more overlap. And we'll do 0.6 and 1.2. So I'm going to say -0.6. I think that's done. Right? Wow, what a bit of chaos this is going to be. So let's practice with this just a little bit first. You could get nice depth from that too. Totally. I'm going to remove this. Actually, we're going to keep the gradient node. That's how we'll do our depth. The texture, on the other hand, I kind of want to go nutty and see what happens. Okay, so we want... We got to put cracks inside this thing. So actually, the best way I think we're going to do this is definitely use the gradient. And I'm going to throw on a Musgrave. Get out of here. Musgrave like that. We're going to combine RGB. That's not what I wanted. Combine some RGB. Simo, how did you ever make this thing? How did you do this? And instead of mixing, we want to overlay. And then we're going to color both of them. You did it while learning procedural shading? Were you following a tutorial? Like, how on earth did you make this? This seems so complicated. I mean, I said at the beginning that it was going to be complicated just jumping into it, but then you just did it. There we go. That looks like good scales to me. We're going to go up to 10 on the dimension and down to 1 there. Lachronicity probably could use a little bit more. Now it looks like we took MRIs. This looks a little haunting. Yeah, tutorials and stuff, but mostly I have applied knowledge from them. That's awesome. Simo, always knowing things you do. In fact, I can switch that to factor and make it red. Really dark red. Right? Or maybe instead of red, let's do like mossy, dark, gross green. And I will add a color ramp right here. And we're going to add a math node right here with a multiply by 2. By 1.6. There we go. So now I have a little bit of moss on there, and we'll go from one color to another. So the darker color is got to be a deep dark red. And the top color has got to be like a yellowy red. We want to try and fix this little bit at the top. Tiling is pretty useful to know. Yeah, for sure. That's what I was struggling with. Is there any way that I could put a gradient here between each tile? Hold on. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Okay, so each tile comes in here and makes the tile. It's not that. Once we've separated the X and the Y, it's not that. You might want to play inside the node group to do that. Okay, we'll do that here in just a moment then. Let's finish off the rest of this texture first. We'll make our dragon and say the dragon's done, ready to go. So we're gonna pop up these greens a little bit. And instead of overlay, let's do an add. There we go. An add will work, and we'll do really dark, maybe even a little bit of a color ramp on here. Between... If I do black... Yeah, okay, that works. Perfect. So we'll do a dark green, sagey, gross sort of green, dingy, and then add like a yellow. That'll be kind of a mossy look. We'll see how that looks on the final model. Okay. So that is that. We're looking pretty good here. And now all of this together, we can go ahead and push it back a little bit. This has been a little highfalutin for a little bit, but we're here. We've done it. Finally, we can cut our losses and say, bada boom, bada boom. We got texture. So when you look at it, it should be pretty good here. We can do the same thing for the roughness. And we can go ahead and lower our specular down pretty low. I think that's gotta be just about it. Okay, cool. So now that we're here, I'm gonna grab the orange, and the orange is going to be a more red. I think we're done. Okay, cool. So let's pop it on him. Oh, look at him. So it's backwards. First thing you'll notice is it's backwards. So we're going to fix that by doing a 180 on the X, which didn't work. We're going to do a 180 on the Y, which worked. And we're going to scale it down even more. I think we might want to do 40. He's going to need some work. I'm not sure about this dragon. I might need to just manually do the textures myself. He just kind of looks plaid. Like the back, this part right here is perfect. It looks absolutely perfect. It is wonderful, just like that. The rest of it, I don't know. This texture would probably work a little bit better on like a body rather than a like a head. Okay, well, while we're here, let's play with this for just a sec. Let's get on into here. Yeah, the UVs are pretty wonky for sure. So what are we doing? The vector input scales it based on a repetition. It takes the fraction of it, which I'm assuming is how it cuts evenly, subtracts by some random amount, and multiplies the X and the Y, but no Z. So it actually auto-separates by itself. So I'm thinking right here is where we want a gradient. No. Otherwise, if we put the gradient here, fraction is the thing that makes the tiling basically. Oh, I see. Temp is what's doing it. So we skipped subtract and multiply. We skipped that. Which I think means that we can skip it. I think I know what happened. I think I know why it failed. So if I delete both of these, nothing happens, right? Also, can you not... Can we just put it on quadratic sphere real quick and just leave it like that? Okay, so if we go... We maybe don't want quadratic sphere, just a normal... No, okay. The scale and multiply was a thing that is supposed to center the image. Got it, yeah, and we did it just manually. I kind of have a feeling... Hold on, let's go back. I kind of have the feeling that if I keep this subtract and multiply, and we skip all of this, maybe even that as well. No, never mind. Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate you giving us the node. Skip the mapping only. We tried that, didn't we? Yeah, we tried that. All right, well, that's enough vector stuff for today. You can tell we lost some people by doing that, but it was a good thing to learn. It was a fun little detour for me, personally. If I'm looking at this objectively, I think we might want to just go black and make this way darker. Okay, so let's take a different approach, right? We've done all this. Let's grab the dragon again. Let's make another texture. And I'm going to go as if it is a statue. So we're going to make a statue here. Let's grab a color ramp. I think we got, what, 30 minutes before we start doing a speed sketch. So far, the speed sketch is zombie potatoes. So if anybody wants to modify zombie potatoes into something else, now is your chance. Now would be your chance. Let's do a more interesting color like that. And I'm going to give it... We're going to give it a texture of... What would be best here? What would be best? I think a wave texture. Honestly, a wave texture. I know I use wave textures for literally everything. But I think putting a wave texture in here with like an unbelievable amount of detail might just do it. So we're going to scale this up to 25 and 25. And fully remove that roughness. And now we have a stone sort of texture. And now I just need to decide on what the color is going to be. But otherwise, that looks pretty good. We come inside the mouth. It's looking pretty good. Kind of looks like the crocodiles from Donkey Kong Country. I'm starting to think that this mouth is not long enough, but we'll see. I suppose I could theoretically... Hold on. Okay, so let's do white. And I'm going to go ahead and pop in 2 colors real quick. We're going to do mix RGB to this with that. No, with this as that. Hold on, I'm starting to lose focus. I'm not sure what I'm doing yet. Yes, perfect. Just like that. Okay, so we got the stone texture. And now let's make like an astral space, beautiful sort of thing. Or... we could do it like this. And I can make it shining. Oh, this is it, for sure. This is how we're going to do it. So let's up that scale just a little bit. You're making the weirdest thing right now. What are you making? What are you working on? What have you got for the class? Also, I'm still thinking about how I'm going to get you to make the weirdest object on a speed sketch one day. I'm going to suggest my own speed sketch soon, and you're gonna be part of it. I'm going to force you. Okay, so the emission strength goes back and forth between these 2 colors. Chaos, how you doing? Chaos, you caught us as we're making a weird dragon boy. Here, let me show it off. We got, we got this guy sticking his tongue out with a little star on the end of it, and it's going to be a portal going through his mouth. A shiny ball with some glowing tentacles around it or something. Okay, you're gonna have to show us what you're working on before stream ends today, for sure. Because I need to see that. Okay, so let's make stars. I kind of have a lot of ideas about how to make stars. Okay, I'm gonna go nuts. Okay, I got, what, 20 minutes? Let's go nuts for 20 minutes. We're gonna do camera. You can make a work in progress render. I'd appreciate that. You got 20 minutes. You like the teeth? Thank you. Very appreciated. It was nice hanging out in your chat. Your chat's super nice, Chaos. I feel like I talked way too much. I'm sure you don't mind, which is very appreciated. If you do mind, then, you know, feel free to tell me. But I feel like I was talking so much. I was like... As soon as you're like, you know, stream was over, I'm like, I probably should have held back a little bit. I guess it's just in my spirit to like never shut up. So it was very fun being a part of your chat. I was just going absolutely wild the whole time. Okay, so we're gonna do a really hard balance on the black and the white. Like this. And I'm gonna want the lachronicity to be pretty high, I think. No, very low. Really low lachronicity, and we want the detail super high, but we want the dimension to also be pretty high. Let's make the detail low, dimension high. Okay. So that's stars. I didn't think you talked too much. It was nice having you there. It's one of the first mic streams, so I was trying not to get the nervous sweats. You killed it. You were doing great. You were super natural. I hope this isn't saying too much, but I could tell that you were like turning the mic on and off or like lowering the volume or something. And I think that's just a really good like mindset to have. That way you're very in control of like, you know, when you're speaking and, you know, conscious of if you're making any noises or anything like that. So I think that was really good. I think you handled it. Okay, so we got this. We're gonna do a lot less stars. That should work. No worries. No worries at all. Okay, so here is the goal. Okay, we got some stars. I'm gonna go nutso, and we're gonna make some like Milky Way craziness. And the goal for me is to plug it into our view vector and hopefully have it follow us. And it looks like it's doing it perfect. It looks perfect. Oh, it's perfect. Yep, and the closer you get, the more stars appear. We're here. We've done it. So we're going to do it just like that, and I'm going to use constants, because constant's going to get me more of what I want. Oh, she's beautiful. Look at that. Now, I know what Simo's thinking. Simo's dying inside, saying that, how am I going to export this and do all this? I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm going to figure that out once I get there. Okay, so we're going to do it just like this. We're going to do a red. And I'm going to pop in a... Hello? I'm going to pop in maybe like a green. And we're going to do far. And that's about the color scheme we're going for. Green, blue, purple, red. That's about right. Do a few more of the greens. Oh, she's gorgeous. Oh, she's gorgeous. Okay, so let's pop this down a little bit. Do we want stars or do we want like waves? Because the waves kind of look really nice. There's going to probably be stars in the space around us. So it might be too many stars if I go crazy with it. So I'm starting to think maybe lachronicity comes down. Oh, that is so cool looking. Oh, it's so cool looking. So we're going to want probably a little bit more. No, less than that. That's too much. Really tight in here. That looks crazy. Unfortunately, the stone pattern that we made is not showing up super well. Hey, Simo. Simo with the sub. All right, let's say that we probably also want that to be the emission strength. Or even just this is going to be the emission strength. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Cool. So now it's our goal to make this as wild as possible. Just a lot of real nice people here today. Just a lot of good stuff going on. Let's go ahead and mix some RGB together. And by mix, I want to add... Yeah, it looks a little crazy. It might be a little too much for me personally, but we're getting there. So let's do a... Oh, I like your emote. Sedated 14 heart. Oh. Yo. Yo. Okay, yep, we got it. We're here. We're getting there. 0.3. Okay, now we're making some patterns. This is beginning to look a lot like Christmas. That was lame. I don't know why I said that. Too bad. You guys have to deal with it. The amount of stars is worrying. Through your weird work in progress in Discord? Okay, we'll give that a check in just a sec. Why is it doing it this way? Hold on. Back. Let's plug in a color ramp here real quick, and I'm gonna dye down these stars a lot. And I think what I want to do is invert the amount of stars, or not invert, use them as a color dodge, and we should be looking pretty good. Yeah, just like that. Let's do it a little bit more separated like this. Wow, he is crazy looking. Okay, so the base color needs to be black. I might add subsurface to try and make this more like stone. But honestly, we're looking pretty keen at this point. And we have randomness on high, smoothness going well. This is haunting. This is haunting. This is so crazy looking. You know what I'm doing? I'm going to add a dark layer where there's just barely any stars. Yep, just like that. Okay, so let's use a color dodge. That's not what I want. Okay, color dodge did not do what I wanted. I really want this Vernoi to come through correctly. But it seems like it's pretty harsh. An overlay. Strange. I thought it would be pretty easy to make that work. Let's do a linear light and switch over to this a little bit more. Also, I need to use view vector on both of these. I just realized I didn't do that. That's why it looks so strange. And we can lower that scale down to 50. And we have little bits of rings, which makes me think that I don't need to be doing this Vernoi. Instead, let's plug in a Gradient. Bad. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. We've done it. We've done it. There it is. Okay, okay. We got to get the length correct. Getting the length correct is where it matters. And we got to lower this one down to 150. Oh, it looked so good when it was small, but now it doesn't look as good. Detail, get that detail real low. Perfect. Dimension high. Detail as low as we can get it. Perfect. And now we scale it down to like 50. And 50 is too much. Let's do 30. And we're going to detail up just a little bit more. Oh, she is gorgeous. Look at this crazy looking thing. Oh, she's so beautiful. There's way too much green, so I'm going to lower the green to there. Wow. Wait, is this using camera projection? It is. So it's just constantly tracking you. I know that that's going to be a problem. I got a way to fix it. I got the brains going right now. I got a whole idea in my head using Unreal nodes. So I think I know how to solve this problem. But for now, we're just going to enjoy the eye candy. Yeah, I know how we're going to do it. I'm going to save a texture file in a very specific way, and then we're going to switch over to the nodes and just re-plug in a camera view node. The last thing I want to do before I fully give up for the day. Can I ask what program this is, please? This is Blender, and then I'm going to plug it into Unreal when I'm ready later. But what you're seeing right now is Blender. I'm going to try a couple of patterns real quick. Scale to... Yeah, no worries. Don't tell me you're also going to get into Blender now, because that would be everybody. So far, everybody wants to get into Blender. Missing textures, anybody? Okay, so that's crazy. Everybody that, like I said earlier, everybody I talk to ends up doing Blender. Like, Blender owes me money at this point. Every time. And it's good. I'm not trying to be, like, upset about it. I like it. I'm very happy to have people to do Blender with. But, it's just so silly. What money, though? That's a great question. Maybe in the future, though. Do you do any 3D art? Like in the real world? The real world. I mean, everything's fake at the end of the day. What am I talking about? I've been wanting to get into Blender for a while, just haven't been able to use it. I mean, you don't have any graphics whatsoever? How are you watching this stream right now? Wait. What? How do graphics work? I don't understand how graphics work. Wave texture is probably exactly what I want. I feel like I'm so self-reliant on wave textures, but wave textures are just so nice. It's impossible not to use wave textures. Let's use rings spherical. Okay, that did nothing for us. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. That's it. On my super old computer, got it. You make your own waves? Simo, don't even. Simo, we know you're amazing. My PC is like 7-8 years old. I mean, it might be worth attempting to, what is happening? It might be worth attempting, using Eevee and just doing very light stuff to see if it'll take in the meantime. Okay, so I want like a 3. And we want the distortion to be pretty high. We're gonna make the exact same effect as earlier, but now I have a bit more control over it. Just like that. Precisely what I wanted. So we're gonna do this, and we're gonna scale it even further down. Let's go up, and we're gonna go down. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. And if we get into here, I mean, we can't zoom in because the view vector is set. I've done some edits to things, and I tried Sculptress a few years ago, but nothing real or proper. Okay, so just to give a quick little demo, I kind of love the way this looks, first off. While we're here, while we're talking about this, I kind of love the way this looks. I can barely turn my PC on at times. Okay, maybe don't use Blender for the time being. Oh, I'm struck between these two. Oh! Oh, we're here. Okay, yep. Uh-huh. Let's go 0.7. Sculptress is cool. Too bad Pixelogic bought it and killed it. That's just what companies love to do, isn't it? Oh, man. I'm like, we're so close to this. Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna leave it like this for the time being. I think this is what we gotta do for the time being. I really like the way this looks. I want to sit and play with it. It's gonna take me forever to do. So we're gonna leave it just like this for the time being. And so we got our little star. We're all ready to go. Chaos, just to give you a little idea of what's going on. I also think you might be able to use Blender on that. Okay, so I'm gonna give you 2 things, and then I gotta do my speed sketch. For Chaos, while we're here, actually, I'll go ahead and just start my speed sketch first. Okay, we're saving this. Say goodbye to our little dragon boy for the time being. Maybe I'll work on him tomorrow, I'm not sure. Okay, so, for Sedated, while we're talking to Sedated, let me go ahead and make a ball. Make it huge. When you're using Blender, you have objects that you start with, and you can come in here and you can sit and edit them piece by piece. You know, one little thing at a time. I can grab things and I can pull like pieces out like that. You can do all sorts of stuff like this. But people that are more traditionally artistic prefer to use sculpt mode, which is basically just, hold on, which is basically just like you're using like clay. So I can sit and just do it like this instead of doing all the technical specific stuff. You can do it more like a ball of clay. So if this interests you, there you go. And I can always take this now that I've done this, and you can go back to edit mode, and I can go and do the other stuff as I did earlier and go back and forth between the two whenever I want. So yeah. there's a little thing for you. For Jello J, if you want to try and get Blender to work on a bad system, hey, thank you, Streamlabs. You wish you could find the first thing you made in it? That's always fun to do. I always love looking. Jello, I'm going to highly recommend you start Blender up if you want to. You do you, obviously. Start Blender up. Go to this tab with the little TV icon. I think it's a camera technically, but it looks like a TV to me. Change your renderer to Eevee. Change the viewport render as low as you can handle it. I actually use 14 pretty often. So 14 I think is a pretty good amount. You can change both of them if you want, but it probably won't make a big difference. And these options down here will all affect how bad it processes. So theoretically, you could go through here, make it perform super simple, and just go. And you can make a bunch of models, and then when you eventually upgrade your computer, you can turn all these options back on, turn your viewport render back up, switch to cycles if you want cycles, and you're done. Problem solved. For the sake of the speed sketch, I am going to use Eevee. And we have zombie potatoes. So now is your last chance to modify zombie potatoes. If somebody wants to use their channel points to change it. Otherwise, we're doing zombie potatoes. Let's go ahead and make a quick sketch. And I'm just going to call this potato. And I'm going to start by making just a potato. Okay, so Simo wants tentacles. Of course you do. Oh, you posted that thing in Discord, by the way. Let me show that off. What the heck are you working on? What is this? It kind of looks like a girl, or like a character. I mean, it could be anything. It kind of looks like a character with their head down. You're looking at the back of them. Like casting like water magic. It looks very like Genshin Impact. I'll go ahead and give that a little bit of love. And we'll switch back to Blender, and I'm officially on to speed mode. So no more interruptions. I'm here. So we got tentacles, zombie, potato. Let's make a potato. A smart person would not what I wanted. A smart person would use reference photos. I'm not a smart person. So, let's go ahead and loop cut this guy a couple of times. Just like that. We'll say that's good. Maybe once down the middle. Okay. Let's go ahead and pop out some stuff. We're just making a little potato. Gonna go Google zombie potato, as you should, honestly. Chaos has recommended we all take a drink of water, so everybody go take a nice drink of water. Okay, so that's a potato, right? Looks just like a potato. Looks perfect, no problem, nothing weird. Of course not. We're gonna go ahead and subdivision this. Modern chic potato. Honestly, modern chic is what I should put in front of everything I've ever worked on. And then I'm an artist. Finally. Zombie would have had a potato as a brain. No, I got an idea. I'm here. Okay, so we're going to grab just some pieces, and we're going to make everything all over the place. Chaos, you didn't stream today, did you? You stream tomorrow? Now, I got to be careful with potatoes. They don't have any of these, like, hard cuts. I have Tuesdays off usually. That's good that you have a set schedule. That's, like, the most important thing about streaming that I'm not doing. Okay, we're we're gonna pop up here, push that in there. And you know what? That's a good enough potato for me. I'm gonna do some weird normal editing later with Musgraves, so we'll make a potato look like a potato later. So, first things first, I want to make a mouth, and we're gonna do our favorite thing in the world, and we're gonna just... What? Why did it do that? My brain is not working. What is happening? I can go like that. Right? Yeah, that works. Okay, cool. So that's the mouth of a potato. We can feel free to crease these edges to make him look a little bit better. I'm going to go ahead and up the geometry just a little bit. I could theoretically push these in and make them frown a little bit. There we go. Okay, so that's that. I'm just going to put googly eyes on him, because why am I not going to do that? The tentacle is going to take me a hot second, so let's make the rest of the potato first. So what I think I want to do is I want to grab all of this, put a face on it, extrude it inwards, right, back, up, there, and then we're gonna go wide and forward again. There we go. That'll be good enough for me, I think. Just like that. Okay, cool. So that is the beginning of the potato. Now let's shade it smooth. I'm seeing I want this part to come down. Let's offset the top and bottom of this thing just a little bit to make it look a little bit less brick by brick. Okay, so we want curves. So I'm gonna make a curve. Okay, there's curve number one. We can go ahead and pop you up by 90 degrees. Pop you up by 90 degrees. And we're gonna rotate you. There we go. That'll do. I'm gonna copy that, and we're gonna push him over here, and we're gonna rotate him not exactly symmetrical. Right there. Okay, now these guys, they need geometry of 0.01 and 0.01. It's too small. Okay. 0.01. 0.03. That'll do. 0.03. Fill caps. Fill caps. Excellent. And then I'm going to put an arm coming off of here. Same thing. Let's use a different curve. We want a... Oh, I don't know if I want a different curve. I guess we do just want this. But I will make it a little bit better looking. First off, we will flip it a full 180. Bring it forward. And we will edit like that. There we go. And I'll go back to object mode, and we will grab you, and we will pop you into a 0.03. And it's not gonna work because I edited it, and editing it always messes things up, which is a real shame. Nope, it actually is gonna be fine because I clicked the wrong one. Perfect, 0.03, yep, we're set. And I fill caps, and we're done. Cool. Now, if I take this and I convert it to an object, convert to mesh, come to here, edit, and we dissolve all of these edges into one another. Come on. Dissolve, perfect. I can add two like weird little claws on them. So let me go ahead and separate this mesh into two parts like that. Hello? You want to go all the way back around. That doesn't make any sense to me. Let's delete that face. You've forced my hand. We'll go like that all the way around, and we'll hit F, and we'll go all the way around here, and we will hit F. Like that. Okay, that'll do. You can scale curves with Alt-S in edit mode if you don't want to make the curve a mesh. I mean, I'm just doing like crazy stuff at this point. I know what you're saying, but I wanted it to be a mesh specifically so I could do this. We're going to go ahead and merge at center. Merge at center. And separate these guys apart from one another. Just throwing out some knowledge. Always very appreciated. Simo, I hope, you know, for one, you've made a huge difference in my life. Like, you've done so much for me. But I hope there's people who have jumped into chat and you've also accidentally helped them. Because, man, you are a wealth of knowledge. You really need to start streaming. Like, so many people need to learn from you. Okay, so boom, 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 boom. Well, that was just the worst thing that could have happened. We'll just do it like this. I'll push you over. Push you over. Push you over. Push you over. And then we will go ahead and just knuckle up a couple of these guys. And same thing here. There we go. I think I might just want to make this bigger. Actually, no. Let's go to edit mode. Let's grab all of it. Let's hit fatten. Shrink fatten. There we go. And we're going to just grab the whole thing and squish them apart from each other. And that's not how I want to do it. I want to do it like this. Just like that. And if I grab the whole thing again and we shrink fatten. Pretty scary. I'll grab both of these guys and we'll scale them down just a little bit. And I think we're set. Okay, so he's got like a beefy arm and little noodly legs. Do we want the legs to be any bigger? Maybe we do. Maybe we do. Maybe we do. Let's make them a little bit bigger. 0.06. Okay, so that is the beginning of our little potato guy. He's got a strange claw arm. I might as well just go ahead and subsurface this thing because why not? I kind of want to put spuds on him. No, there's no reason to put spuds on him. We're already running out of time. Okay, so let's make a cube. Let's push the cube on over here. Let's make it tall. Let's make the whole thing a little bit smaller. I should have not done it like that. Should have not done it like that. Let's do it like this. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on. Sure, we'll do it just like that. And so here is going to be the tentacle. So here is my thought. Is this a timed creation? Yeah. So at the end of every stream, I try to do a speed sketch. So I'm just going as fast as humanly possible right now. We'll do 3 as well. And I'll go like this, and we'll do it like, I don't know, like 40 times? I'm basically just a madman in every single way when I stream. Every time I look up like videos on like, you know, how to grow your Twitch audience and stuff like this, all of them are basically like, don't do what you're doing. and it's like, I guess I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. I'm not really in it for the views. The views would be appreciated, but it's not really the energy that we're going for. Okay, so we're just going to kind of get this crazy looking guy. Wait, they say don't do what you're doing? I like my streams as well. No, it's always just like, you're supposed to not have moments of confusion or silence or, you know, stuff like that. Hey, OG Robbie, that is very sweet. Thank you. I don't think anybody's making fun of me. I'm not taking it personally. A lot of stream advice that you get is like, make safe decisions, do things that you're comfortable with, make sure you have like a level of expertise before you do things, which is all the stuff I don't do. No, I very appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like I said, I enjoy what we do here. I think we got a real thing going. OG, that's so nice. OG. You are way too nice. Again, I don't think anybody meant anything personal. The people who make these videos, they don't know me. Like, they're just giving good advice to people who are trying to... Whoa! OG. What on earth? Thank you so much. If I wasn't doing a timed sketch. Goodness me. Oh, we're about to get a whole bunch of... We're about to get a bunch of these. Hold on. Is it just going to keep happening? No. Okay, just did 2. Nope. Here we go. Prepare yourself. Okay, is that a convincing tentacle? Is this a good enough tentacle for us? No, I don't want to flatten it. I think I like it best like this. And we're going to pull it out and back. Wow. This is very nice. The amount of like kindness people give on Twitch is really interesting. You know, you look at YouTube, and I'm sure there's people that watch YouTube videos that want to be nice, you know, that wish that they could do things or whatever, but just, you know, the platform doesn't have infrastructure for stuff like that. But Twitch does, and people do really nice things, and I think that's awesome. Robbie, what do you work on? Are you a 3D'er? What's your art? If I can plug it, I'd love to plug it. If you got like a website, an art station, anything like that, I'd love to plug your work. I try to plug everyone's work whenever I can. Tell you what, you know what this needs? This needs to be off like that a little bit. And I see that it's not lined up correctly, but that's kind of got to be the best thing that we got right now. So let's pop in a few cylinders. Okay, now we're hitting the crunch time. I'm looking at my time, and we don't have any time. So I'm going fast today. I started 3D, but I'm a junior art director currently for Nike. Yo! That's dope. Have you always wanted to work for a company like that, or how'd you get into it? What was the process looking like? Okay, so we're gonna pop that in, and we're gonna scale you in here. And then I'm gonna do just the same process as always. Subsurface, and the way that you solve this problem is we do another eye in here with just a little bit of depth, and we should be set. So if I shade it smooth, that is a good enough suction cut for me. I don't care. We got 10 minutes. I'm going fast. I'll probably try and join the meshes together now that I'm looking at it like this. Just kept chasing, man. Look at you. And Mango's here too. So you just started doing some 3D stuff. You got any work to show for it? You got any little pieces you'd like us to show off to everybody? I think the best thing I've ever made so far is that piano that I made. It was the most technically interesting thing I've ever made. You know what? I'm not going to worry too much about the placement of these guys. We're just going to keep them in like this. Okay, Robert Raxic. Is it Raxic? Website is currently down. Oh no. Well, I'll have to check you out and show off your stuff. If you're here by the end of stream, I'll try and make a note of it. But if the website's down, we'll play it by ear. But yeah, I try to show everyone's art off as much as I can. Speaking of artists, we got Sedated Chaos in chat, who is also a fantastic artist. You're chilling? Well, we only got about 10 more minutes of stream anyway, so it'll be short time before we get there. And I am working overtime here. You know what? There's only going to be 3 tentacles. There's no way I can do more. There's absolutely no way I can do more than this. So we'll do it just like that, and it looks terrible and it's crazy. The website hurt my eyes? Oh no. Let's do an icosphere of 4. That's perfect, literally perfect. Pop that icosphere down. Hello? Pop that icosphere down, push you forward. Okay, so this is eyeball number 1, and it looks haunted. Eyeball number 2 is up here. Okay. Shade smooth, shade smooth. Those are all shaded smooth. And I think we're good to go. So we got 7 minutes. Let's do coloring in 7 minutes. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Hey! Joan. I'm never gonna be able to pronounce your name. I apologize. Let's pop in a little bit of Overcast Cliff. And let's do this thing. Do you have a nickname? Can I give you a nickname? I'm sure that's very offensive, and I'm sure that's not a nice thing for people to do to you, but I would love to give you a nickname. What is the MEIA? What is that? What does that have to do with anything? Is that like, does that stand for something? You just followed me on Instagram? Thank you very much. My Instagram is Total Chaos. I apologize for anything and everything you might see on there, but appreciate the follow nonetheless. It's like 6? Whoa, what? What do you mean it's like 6? What does that mean? Okay, so that's that. We're gonna do black. We're gonna do black. Now we got the potato. Potato I'm gonna do last. We're gonna do the eye right now. Let's call you eyes. Yeah, I get that. I just don't know. How is MEIA 6? Is that like a language thing? Am I missing something? We'll go ahead and call you that. We'll put you there. We'll lower your brightness. No, we'll keep it just like that. Eyes, done. Tentacle. It's like half a dozen? Whoa. Okay. I mean, let me... the first one that I can think of is that I'm going to call you Mr. Six. So let's rate Mr. Six out of 10. How's Mr. Six looking as a name? Because it's just the first thing that popped into my mind. I don't think it's that great. This is exactly what I want. We want a blue, and we want a purple, and we're going to want just a tiny amount of distortion. Mr. Six is a sure why not. I mean, I'm hoping to get more than a sure why not. No, let's get more creative than that. Let's really go for it. Okay, so that is going to be this, but I want this to be dark like that. And now the suction cups, I suppose, will also get the same material because I definitely do not have time to do them separately. Actually, I do have time to do 10. And instead of this, we're going to do rings of circles. And it didn't do literally anything. Z. Z does nothing. Rings, bands, diagonal. No, nothing. Okay, so we'll just leave it like that. So now the potato. Potato. We refer to 6 as half here in Brazil. That's interesting. So base 12 is like decently common. I'm sure it's not your major like way that you do math or anything, but I'm assuming that's pretty common over there. Is base 12? Okay, so I want my alpha to be in a vector with a bump real fast. Go fast, fast, fast. Yeah, it's common. That's cool. I love like inordinary bases. Like for a long time, when I was a little kid, I always used to be like, the world would be so much better if we used base 3. I don't feel that way anymore. But when I was a kid, I was like obsessed with it. I was like, we need to switch to base 4. Or base 3. This is not good. How do we want to do this? Hold on. Let me pop this into our base color, and we have 2 minutes. I'm probably going to go over time for sure. I'm going to go over time. Let's do base 10 with a scale. What made you change your mind? I mean, I just got older and I had to start working with things. Like, I still kind of think it's the best number system. Because it has like a granularity to it. But as I get older, I'm like, well, there's quantum and there's all this other stuff. So there's no real use in fussing over the little details if we have like quote-unquote better systems. Let's pop in a color ramp. That'll do. I'm terrible at math. I was very good at math when I was younger. I mean, I'm still pretty good at math. I didn't unlearn how to do math. But I was really good at math as a kid. And everybody was like, you're going to be like a math guy, a physicist, all this sort of stuff. And then I went to college. I studied physics for 3 years. I came very close to getting my degree. And I was like, you know what? I kind of want to just do English now. And so my parents basically wanted to kill me as I switched my subject, went over to English, completely changed everything I was doing. But I'm happy with an English degree. I understand English degrees aren't the best thing in the world to have, but it's what I wanted to do. It was important to me. This is tough. This is a tough one. That is a pretty crusty looking man. Let's go ahead and lower that strength just a little bit. Don't forget to use your channel points. Wow, that's a little mistimed now. Absolutely. I mean, hopefully I'm going to be finishing my book here soon. And when the book is done, hopefully, you know, all of my worries with, like, English and all that sort of stuff goes away. That's the real goal for me. But I always have way too much on my plate, so, you know, we'll see how it all turns out. But the book is getting pretty close to being done, so color me relatively excited to be finished with that project. Let's go ahead and say 3, and that should do it. And now the potato needs to be a zombie. So, I'm gonna go ahead and pop over here. We're gonna add a color mix node. I'm gonna go ahead and add zombie, disgusting, whatever. What is it about? Okay, I'll take some time after stream to explain the book, because it's pretty wild. But let's finish this. Let's finish what we started here first. Let's make this a gross sort of green. Hey, Nova, thank you. Very appreciated. Okay, so I want to probably put on a color ramp before I think too much about all this. Let's do a color ramp. Wait for it to catch up because my computer's having trouble loading. And we want more white. Okay, so scale to like 100. Detail super high. Dimension super low. You know, I'm looking at this. This is definitely not it. .1. Oh, it looks bad. Okay, so let's grab this green. Let's switch this to here. And instead, let's do an overlay. Like that. Linear light. I don't know why it's loading so slowly. It's because I'm in Eevee, that's why. I forgot I was in Eevee. Okay, let's add it, and then we're gonna go ahead and switch the scale down to like 16. And we'll pop a little bit more onto that, like this. Make them kind of gross. Maybe make that a little bit more present with a 0.1. And we're gonna up the detail even more. All right, so anyway, this is my best attempt at doing a zombie potato in... A zombie potato with a tentacle in 30 minutes. If I had time, you know what? I have a little bit of time. I'm just gonna do it. We're 3 minutes over, I don't care. We're gonna grab you, go to nodes. I'm gonna go to slot 2. We're gonna hit assign. And you're gonna be black. Okay, now we're done. There he is, little zombie potato. So I'm gonna go ahead and render this out, post it on the Discord. It is not as disturbing as I wanted it to be, honestly. I'm just now looking and I realize that we hit the follower goal for today, so... What? I expected to do the follow goal in a week. So I guess every day I'm gonna have to do a new follow goal. So... Very appreciated. It just needs a helmet. It'll be a space zombie. Oh. Maybe I'll make a helmet next time. So thank you very much to everyone. Let's go ahead and look up some information for everybody. We want to look up Robbie's website real quick. Oh, and you asked about my book. Okay, while we're doing all this, I'll look up I'll tell you about the book. I'm writing a light fantasy, not your website. Okay, hold on. I'll just look up your work however I can find it. However I can find it, let me find your stuff real quick. Okay, so I got your name. And I'll check to see if you're on Instagram. And if your stuff's on Instagram, I can do it there. If not, we'll just kind of do a little bit of a Google. I can also check images. I can't imagine your 3D stuff would be on images yet. Okay, so I see you on Instagram. I'm waiting to show. Is that 3D? There's no way that's 3D. You made this? Hold on, there's music. Let me turn off the music real quick. Look on your other IG. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we'll do that. What the heck? Okay, so you want me to go to the second one? Let's see this. Yo! These are crazy. Okay, so how long is not that long? Also, hold on. Before I do this, let me end the YouTube video real quick. So, catch you all on YouTube later. Check out Robbie... I don't know. I don't want to pronounce it wrong. Robert Reichzik, which is how I would pronounce it. But yeah. Catch you all next time.